Okay. And it does have my mic on there, so people should be able to hear me. Should be fine. Should be. Okay. So, welcome back. A lot happened last time. So I'm assuming we need a recap. Basically, you guys had woken up being thrown into the ocean off of your boat named Stan. Shout out Stan. You had started to sink through the water, getting pulled down by these kind of dark whirlpools of sorts, when Saphael had been harpooned by a black necrotic chain from up above the water and wrenched out towards the surface. You all were pulled down, some of you passing out from the sheer pressure of everything, before waking up separated in different rooms. Rooms that were near identical to the ones you had dreamed about the night before. Gore went on his Indiana Jones-style adventure through the caves and caverns and abandoned shipwrecks, through the cavern from his dream. You collected a couple pieces of loot along the way, seeing strange flashes in your vision, and feeling that presence at the back of your skull a little bit stronger now. Arithar, you woke up with a buddy on the opposite side of a wall through this strange quartz window type thing. Couldn't quite see them, but the two of you made the dream work with your teamwork, and finished some puzzles, eventually making your way down through the caverns of this undersea cave complex. You found a dagger that only exists when you think about it. Gore found a bag full of strange experimental money, and a very, very, very moldy pirate hat, and a jar of mutated leeches. Loot.
Awesome.
You managed to meet back up, Arithar losing sight of your companion through all of that, before hearing fighting and exploding things in the distance. You found Oldet, and ended up in this graveyard of coral with this pit into the earth that disappeared into blackness below. And then this grotesque little 10-foot wide creature crawled out of it with an incense burner hanging from its neck, and screeched at you and tried to fight you and eat you. So you killed it. In doing so, the entire place seemed to crumble around you. Arithar, you got one more look at that figure in the distance, still kind of out of view and disheveled now, clearly having been in a tussle or something, before the entire place kind of basically exploded. You were all shoved back up into the water, the seawater above, and had started to swim towards the surface, reconnecting with Dodie in the meantime. As you guys started to reach towards the surface, a different necrotic light harpoon just went straight through Dodie's torso and yanked her up above the surface of the water. In doing so, the waves seemed to crash harder and your group was separated again. And so we jump back in with all of you having just crested the waves of the storm, and making it up to finally, again, the surface of the water. So, the storm is still raging above you. The air is lighter and it almost feels electric to the touch as your skin finally gets from beneath the salty water and up into the open air. You burst from these tumultuous waves, and as I said before, all of you seem to be separated again. Arithar, as you finally crest the water, you immediately crash into the wooden side of a boat. Looking up, you quickly see the chipped paint of the word Stan, and that little bit of familiarity kind of sinks in a little bit. As you look across the water, as it churns beneath you, You can also watch as Gore emerges from the suds, several feet away from you, but you can still see him. You've lost sight of Dodie by this point, her having been pulled from your view before, and you had seen Oldet kind of roll through the waves away from you as you finally crested out into the air. Gore, as you finally reach the air, your hands end up brushing a solid surface as well. But as you turn, nearly deafened by the sounds around you, you see a much smaller, unfamiliar boat underneath your palm. Aerithar, you can see the ship in the distance through the waves and the storm. But everything is still slightly clouded by the spray of water and rain and the little bit of fog that seems to be churning up here. Both of you get your bearings in a split second, and in this moment you also recognize music. Haunting, familiar violin music. As you two are fighting against the water, getting your bearings for a moment, you can also suddenly see Dodie pull back from a wave into view, as if she had been pulled between the two boats. The dead black light harpoon still sunk into her flesh, yet she has pulled at the chains with her hands, as if she is fighting to stay in control over where her body flows within the ocean. Gore, from your vantage point, you can see kind of behind Stan, the opposite side that Aerithar can see, where the chains are pulling to. Held aloft in the sky is a strange shadow-casting shape. It's a curved disc-like vessel with wing-like rudders pulled tight to its sides. And it has strange armored sections covered in smooth, bone-white plates. Looks almost metallic and almost like stone. You've heard of skyships and things like that before, but this is small, like quite a small vessel, and it's slightly boat-shaped, but the armor on it and the way it floats instead of using its rudders to stay afloat in the storm is very strange to you. The chains of black necrotic energy extend from it like a web, pulling incessantly at Dodie. The others extend in other directions. Is there anything that you're doing in this moment? In this split second of realizing where you are?
I think he's going to kind of assess the situation very quickly and get a note of, like, I assume he can see, like, where Aerithar and Oldet are in the water, kinda.
You catch sight of Oldet for a split second, but they are quite small within these giant waves that are churning about. I keep saying churn. It's a good word. You see them for a split second and then kind of lose sight of them again. They're a distance from you, but where Aerithar is kind of plastered against the side of Stan, it's a much easier vantage point.
Okay. I think at that point he would just start climbing the ship.
Okay. Give me a athletics check.
1 second. I literally forgot the most important part of D&D.
Dice.
You fool!
How dare you?
Yeah.
What kind of check was this?
Athletics, please.
That was a 16.
16. Alright. You turn towards the boat again that keeps kind of crashing into your back. You see that the wood of this boat is much smoother, more well sanded than that of Stan. Though it's a much smaller vessel, it does also appear to be a much more well-kept or newer one as well. But you manage to kind of sink your fingers into the slats between the wood and begin to start climbing. As you do, you kind of look back towards everything else that is happening, seeing Doty pull at these chains again, and then kind of beginning to get a better point of view of what's behind it, what's past Stan. Looking through the swirling winds and flashes of lightning, you suddenly see a monstrous exhibition. Saphael, wind-whipped and soaked by rain, is held up by this web of necrotic chains, wings glowing with silver light extended as he plays continuously his haunting melody. These chains have turned to hooks, piercing through different parts of his body and stretching him aloft as if some medieval torture device. The chains are frozen for him, seemingly twitching and straining as the music swells, his blood continuing to drip over his bow as he pulls it against the strings. It seems that whatever he is doing, the music that he is playing over and over and over again has stilled this moment to a complete stop. You can see he looks exhausted. His head hangs over his shoulder, yet he continues to play. You start to climb up this small vessel. Like I said, it's pretty small. You see that one, maybe two people could man this ship on its own. But it seems to be a practical ship, too. With a 16, it takes you a minute to get over kind of like the slick wood, but you manage to pull yourself up onto the deck of the ship. You can see there's a small open room toward the back that does appear to be furnished, but there's other things around as well that are being whipped about by the wind and the water. Is there anything else that you're doing?
As he was climbing, could he kind of perceive as he was climbing if there are cannons?
Yeah, make a perception check for me.
15, I think.
15.
Yes.
As you were climbing up the side of the boat, you did not see any stations for cannons. But I'll say with a 15, as you crest the top of the deck, you can see that there appears to be some sort of writing on the railings and mast of the ship.
Okay. Well, do I Well, I guess I could go up and, like, see what the writings are.
Yeah. If you want.
Yeah, you will do that.
Do you want to do an investigation check for me?
Oh, no!
Yeah.
16!
Ooh, okay.
Minus 2.
Okay. You kind of catch yourself as the ship rocks against these waves. For a second there, it almost turns to its side, almost to a 40-degree angle, and you have to catch yourself against the railing before settling back down. You haven't been in a storm this rough on a boat in a while, but you manage to move forward. You can see through that room that is furnished that there seems to be maps plastered on the wall, really, really detailed maps on those walls, furnished simply. But as you kind of walk up further onto the boat, you can see that up the mast there are these very large, like hand-sized sigils, one after the other, up the side of the mast. And along these railings, along the sides of the ship, you can see that there are other sigils, you're assuming. You aren't quite entirely sure what language is the basis of it. You aren't familiar with any of this, but they do look like what you would assume sigils to be.
Would I recognize these at all by chance?
Do you want to make an Arcana check for me?
I'll give it my darndest.
Or I also feel like history probably isn't your best, but you could also make a history check.
I think they're both at -2.
I love him.
It is an 11.
Okay. Definitely sigils, first of all. You got that part right. They're not draconic. You can tell that much for sure. Was 11?
Yeah.
You don't recognize these as if you could just pull them from memory, being like, oh, I saw that one before. They're not like the ones that were on the boat dock in the fjords or anything. But if you had to hazard a guess over where maybe they're from, they look maybe elvish or something of the sort. You've never seen any like these, though. That you're pretty certain of.
Boy. Oh boy. I think the next thing he would do is run into the room that's open
Okay.
and see if anything like jumps out at him.
Okay. You rush over to the open room. It seems like this boat does not really have much of like a storage area. It looks like maybe there's just this room and then the open storage beneath it. This, like I said, this boat is not very large. As you rush in, it seems to be mostly a navigation room. You see, of course, those maps plastered on the walls. There's quite a few, actually. One that looks to be of the entire planet of Yoon, all kind of mapped out and everything. But on the opposite walls from you, on either side, there is one of Diremount. You look back behind you, and as if you were to close the door, there would be one of Pyrsana, and then next to you, there is one of Zumerion. The one, I'd say the world one and the one of Zumerion seem to be the most detailed. Though the one of Diremount seems to be the only one that you think looks like it's written in common. All the other place names, you can't read it, but all the other place names on the other maps look to be written in different languages. You recognize the shape of common, and you're pretty sure only the Diremount map is written in common.
Okay. Are maps made to be able to be wet without them being utterly destroyed?
Like,
What? Like,
how do you mean?
like if I put them in my bag and jump in the ocean.
Like if you peeled these off the
Damage.
wall.
Yeah.
They are quite big maps. They are wall-sized maps. I will say they are printed on what appears to be wallpaper and not parchment, so it is a lot sturdier. They are very large maps, I will say.
Okay.
So it's more of a hold them under your arm than a stuff them in your bag type situation.
Okay. He's going to go. It might not help. Maybe. I don't know. He's going to try. Is it anchored? Or is it just floating?
The boat?
Yeah.
If you want to step outside the room and make another investigation check, you can.
That. That's a dirty one.
You walk outside and see that fucking thing in the sky again and get completely distracted.
Well, he's gonna try and drive the boat to meet up with Stan.
Okay. While you run up the stairs to the wheel of the ship and where the rudder is, we're going to switch back over to Arithar. Arithar, as you are battered with waves, you can see where the chains are stretched from the water, and the edge of something like a floating shape in the sky, but it's obscured by your own boat, who you are consistently crashing into. What are you doing in this moment?
I think instinctively, because my boy cannot swim, he's going to try to find a good place to climb up the stand.
Alright, make an investigation check for me.
Cool. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yeah. You catch yourself on the side of Stan and look down the side of it. You can hear, like, yelling a little bit in the distance off from you, and it kind of sounds like Dodie's voice, but you haven't been able to catch your eyes on her yet. As you look across the side of Stan, you can see where some of, like, the windows from the bottom deck are closed, and what appears to also be, like, a circle that was cut into the side of Stan and then plugged back up. You start to crawl your way over that way to hopefully get your fingers into the grooves of the wood and begin to pull yourself up. Could you make an athletics check for me?
I can do that. Well, that's going to be a natural 1, so...
Oh!
You could I also, in addition, what do I want this to be? Could I also get you to make a persuasion check?
Persuasion check?
Yeah, I think
He was going to make sure
persuasion.
you do not get on the boat.
Sure, too.
He thinks you're a rat.
Oh, I'm better at persuasion than I thought. 17.
17.
He thinks I'm a rat.
You crawl along the side of Stan, managing to get just where these, like, different grooves in the wood are, and as you reach up, a wave hits the opposite side of the boat, and it smacks you in the face, and you fall back in the water, beginning to sink. As you are doing so, and floundering around in the water, unable to swim, suddenly something grips your wrist, quite hard, like you're gonna have a bruise at least, and begins to slowly, inch by inch, pull you up out of the water. As your eyes get past the, like, foamy brine on the top of the seawater and you're able to shake it out of your eyes, you look at your wrist and see just a tiny clay hand is wrapped around your wrist. Seems to have reached out of that little circle with the plug in it. The plug has, like, opened up on a hinge, and that clay arm has reached out and is just slowly wrenching you up, like, foot by foot up the side of Stan. You manage to catch your hand over the top of the railing, looking down, making eye contact with Earth 2, and then the thing just smacks closed, and you are left hanging on the side of Stan. So you're no longer drowning. Could I get a new athletics or acrobatics check at this point? This one could be either.
Okay. Significantly better. I always forget which is acrobatics. It's going to be a 2 acrobatics.
2.
12, sorry.
I was like, well, it technically is better.
Significantly, though.
With a 12, yeah, you managed to pull yourself up, soaking wet, bag still hanging off of you, heavy as all shit, as you manage to kind of flop over the railing of Stan onto the deck of the ship. As you finally pull yourself over the side of the boat and landing on the deck, you find yourself next to the navigation room, kind of off on the side of the boat. Here, I'll place you where you are. You're, like, over here. And
okay.
on the map, it's just, like, boats and not ships, but there is, like, a room that you're standing next to that's blocking part of your view. And as the boat continues to be battered by the storm, the deck is rocking violently, but you do manage to catch yourself and begin to stand. Ahead of you, where the deck opens up to the bow, you can see light and shadow of whatever hangs in the air above it. Like I said, by this point, Gore's managed to get a full view of everything. You've kind of been stuck behind Stan and haven't really been able to see what's ahead. You can hear the music still, playing louder and louder almost, as if it's trying to keep the sound above the level of the storm. As you do manage to stand up, your vision goes black for a second. You see burning light and something like teeth before it all goes away again. What are you doing right now?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. 1 second, sorry. I think he's going to. You said he can see where the deck like opens up, right? So he can see like. I think he's probably going to stay along the edge of the deck, kind of holding on to the railing, but just get a better vantage point. Just to see if he can still make out like Gore and Dodie and everybody.
Yeah.
And also probably and see what's around, just like the full view. But he's staying like on the edge, holding onto the railing.
You take a couple steps forward, still kind of within the shadow of the navigation room, as you step forward again, holding onto the side of the ship as again it rocks violently. At a certain point, just like the boat that Gore's on, it almost turns at a 45-degree angle, and you're holding on to the edge of the boat for dear life, careful not to chuck yourself overboard. As you take a couple steps forward, though, you finally see where this light and the shadow is emanating from. Music now almost deafeningly loud. Your eyes catch on Saphael, strung up with these hooks and chains underneath this strange floating vessel. You, on the other hand, have seen skyships before. And still this one does not look right. You have seen vast, magnificent skyships, ones that have sails and rudders and stay afloat using ginormous enchanted crystals. This one, on the other hand, is small, almost disc-shaped, with these strange armored pieces. You've seen armored skyships before, but this is not made of steel or silver or iron, but instead this strange, almost bone-like material. The chains, however, extend from the bottom of it, holding Saphael aloft, wings caught within the chains, though still glowing lightly with this silver energy. Dodie is within the water, still fighting against the chain that continues to try to pull her up towards this web of necrotic energy. She looks as if she's biding her time, as if she's fighting against the chain to try to get better bearings as she reaches back consistently, as if she's trying to reach for her axe, though the waves continue to smash against her. Across the open water, you do, however, see Gore. Gore is running around the top of this boat, off in the distance, occasionally looking back towards this web of chains, and then you see him disappear into the room atop the ship. You also hear something different from where you are specifically. Something like clicking is happening up top within the sky, probably within that sky ship, though it's barely audible over the sound of Saphael's music. Could I get you to make a perception check for me?
Yeah, you absolutely can. You bastard. Natural 1.
The stomach-churning visuals of Saphael continuously bleeding, these black hooks sunk into his shoulder and his sternum, and one through the meat on the thigh of his leg, almost freezes you in place for a moment. The blood spilling over his lavender-colored crystal violin looks like something out of a terrible painting. The music, as well, starts to sink into your ears, as if it's digging deeper and deeper and deeper into your skull. You remember the initial purpose of this violin. And though it doesn't seem to fully strike you as madness, there is a desperation in the music. Something that is turning mad. You don't hear the footsteps. It isn't until a person steps out into view that you realize you're not alone on the ship. Though they don't seem to be walking towards you. You quickly recognize their stature, their soaked black hair. You had spent quite a bit of time with them earlier. But as you look closer now, in the surprising clarity of the storm, you can actually see this person better. Taller than you'd think, honestly, and thin. His slick ink black hair weighed down by salt water, and the normally pristine embroidered white shirt bloodstained. This figure had worked through the caves with you just hours earlier, but now comes into precise focus, as you recognize, though it sinks a pit in your stomach, Elar Quinmarin, adherent aide to Salandra Keldov, and current order proxy of the Imolith, as he walks across, unabated by the storm, the deck of your ship. The blood-red irises stare ahead, blank and inhumane, as a manufactured smile pulls through his facial muscles. You couldn't see him clearly before, hair marred over his face, but now you can. He stretches a clawed-nailed hand out, and Saphael's chains begin to bend. The chains now crackling with a dull golden energy. They're pulled forward, that clicking above you louder as the chains extend and pull forward until Saphael is suspended just over the deck of your boat, eye to eye with this figure. Gore.
Yeah.
You are on the opposite boat. You have begun searching around to see if the boat is weighed down by anything, and you immediately saw the mess of everything and got completely distracted. Instead, you start to run up towards the deck of the boat, towards the navigation area, towards where the rudder and the wheel of this ship are. And as you do so, you hear what sounds like almost somebody trying to call out your name through a mouthful of salt water. Could you make a perception check for me real quick?
18.
As you are running by the side of this boat, you just happen to glance down and see the tiny form of Oldette getting smashed against the side of the boat that you are currently on.
He is going to throw a rope over? I feel like there would be a rope.
You managed to find one pretty quickly.
Something.
Yeah, that's pretty easy on a boat. You managed to throw one over. Oldette grabs onto it, and you, I'm not going to make you roll for this one because they're tiny. Just flip them up over topside as they land on top of the boat and just cough up a couple lungfuls of salt water before they eventually get their bearings and stand. At this point, you also begin to hear the clicking. As you move forward towards the wheel of this ship, you do look back and see the chains moving. I'm assuming you're continuing to go towards the wheel?
Yes.
You climb up just a couple of steps up topside of this boat, and as you turn, taking the wheel in your hands, you can see from your vantage point everything in front of you. Dodie is pulling along the chain, hands still reaching for her axe, as she's kind of using the chain as a guide to pull herself through the water. Oldette is also now starting to look at all the sigils on this boat and sort of looking around, and also still kind of coughing up some seawater. But you pull up towards the wheel of the ship. Could I get just one more perception check from you?
0. That is a 15.
15. You look out across all of this. And you see another figure atop Stan. For a second there, the pale skin, dark hair, the super fucking tall. For a second there, you think, Erthar looks weird. Before your eyes kind of focus in, and that is definitely not Erithar. You've never seen this figure before. At least you can't tell from this distance. But somebody is reaching up towards Saphael as his chains descend towards the boat. As well, looking at this terrible painting in front of you, you swear you see something beyond it all. The clouds behind the storm are taking shape, the gray fighting against the sunlight behind it, blackening and shifting. For a moment, you swear you see a form within it, snaking up through the sky before the clouds become a gargantuan serpent. But in the split second that you see it, it's gone, instead more resembling chains through the clouds instead, before it's gone again. As your eyes recognize all of this and it disappears again, there's a searing bit of pain, like an ice pick through your temple, and you see a flash of darkness, of broken stone and leaves turned to ash. The burning, painful power past the horizon, past whatever all of this that is happening is. You come back to your senses, grab hold of the wheel of the ship, and begin to turn, as if trying to catch some wind in the sails. As you do so, you hear a terrible grinding noise as the ship turns, and you look down to see that there is what looks to be a harpoon in the side of the ship that also looks to be stretched across and connected to Stan. This huge, thick, black, necrotic-looking chain connecting the two boats. Does
it look like it came from... Oh, sorry, you continue.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, it's held taut in the storm, and as you pull the boat, both boats shift at the same time as the chain continues to pull taut within them. There's a single connecting bit that goes up towards the sky ship, but it looks like it's... Both boats are kind of stuck together. I'm talking about, like, ginormous, like, this big around chain.
Oh, man. And it's pulled, like, really taut, right?
Yeah, with how far away your boats are, it's... Plus where it's connected to the sky ship, or whatever the fuck that is. Yeah.
I think he's going to kind of heavy sigh and then join Odette on the deck. Mm-hmm. What do the sigils mean?
Yeah. And they're gonna make a check to see if they recognize these. Hold on. Dice. That's not bad. Their Arcana's not great, but that's fine. They turn back to you absolutely soaked. Like, their fur is plastered against their face. They look so small. But as they kind of, like, run their claws over the sigils and then look back, they turn to you and go, "I think this boat flies."
Can we do that?
We can try.
Fuck it, I'm out of options.
What are you doing in this moment?
What do I need to do?
Well, something's gotta activate the sigils.
Okay, he's gonna start running around the boat looking for something.
Make an investigation check for me, while Odette also does the same thing.
Ow! Not bad, it's a 13.
13, okay. Odette also made an investigation check, which is also not bad. Okay. You begin to start scouring this boat. You find the like hatch that leads down underneath the boat at a certain point. This boat is not big enough to have like rooms underneath it, kind of just like a cargo storage area. So as you throw open this hatch down below, you can see the ladder that leads down it. It's kind of a small space, but you do manage to climb down in there as Oldet continues to run circles on top of the boat. As you climb underneath, you can see that the mast actually extends through the center of the ship down into the belly of this boat, and the sigils continue down this way as well. As you get into the underneath side of the boat, you can see that there's actually some cargo down here as well, some different crates and things chained to the sides of the walls to keep them from moving. But the main thing you notice is at the bottom of this mast, there is this thick golden plated like edge around the bottom of this piece of wood that has several different stones laid into it. The sigils continue down onto it, but these stones are almost like lightly glowing in the dark, and it almost illuminates the space around you. This is the only thing so far that has completely stood out to you as not a part of a normal ship. And though you don't understand any of the writing on this mast or on this thick golden plate, those stones look important.
He's going to approach the stones. What colors are they?
There is a red one, a blue one, and a white one.
Damn, no green.
Green means go. Just smack it.
He's gonna kind of hover his finger. Red is probably bad. Fuck it. He slams his hand on the white one.
All right. You walk up to this thing, you look at the red one, slightly glowing red and pulsating slightly, and are like, maybe not. The blue and the white ones seem to be the ones illuminating this space, creating this almost like turquoise color within this cabin. And you look down towards the white one and just smack your hand on it as hard as you can. It does kind of hurt your palm a little bit since it is a crystal, but as you do so, it does press into the mast, and you begin to feel the ship start to shake under you. Something that feels like gears are turning in a place that you do not see gears.
You gotta...
At this point, something along the sides of the boat open, like cannon, what are those called? Windows? I don't know. And water starts to seep in through the sides of the ship. Yet the ship does not appear to be sinking. In a split moment, you're like, ah, shit, I fucked up. But though the water is rushing in, the boat does not feel like it's moving down at all. What are you doing as this room is filling up with water?
I think he's immediately gonna go run back upstairs.
You rush over to the ladder, climb up it, and get up topside. You see that Oldet is emerging from the navigation room, just kind of looking around as the boat continues to like rock and shake against the waves now. As they look over to you, did you find something? What the fuck is happening?
I hit a rock. Get it! He's gonna run to the steering wheel.
You rush up towards the wheel of this ship, as suddenly it feels like all the water that has collected inside the boat is suddenly shot out the sides, and the boat begins to start lifting out of the water.
I think I did it!
As this is happening, you can switch back over to Aerithar. Aerithar, you watch as this figure, as the Order Proxy of the Imolith, steps out from basically the shadows, and over towards Saphael, who is now being brought closer and closer towards the deck of the ship. If EQ, as you've heard him be referred to before, has noticed you. He doesn't seem to be acknowledging you whatsoever, so either you have gone undetected, or he just simply does not care that you're there. Are you making a stealth check at all during this, or...
Yeah, I think he is.
Go ahead and make a stealth check for me, then.
Oh, brother. Brother. It's a 5.
Brother. Alright. Your rolls today are interesting.
Yeah,
You look around, suddenly realizing who this is and who you had spent several hours with earlier, and try to step back from where you are on the side of the ship. In doing so, the ship rocks slightly, as if waves are suddenly crashing into the side of the boat harder, and you fall back against the side of the navigation room. Not particularly quietly, but you do catch yourself on the room and stop just behind where this person is walking. Again, if he has noticed you, he hasn't acknowledged you whatsoever. Though, with this bit of movement and this small noise that you made, barely acknowledgeable along the roaring storm and this almost deafening sound of violin music that echoes louder and louder and louder, Saphael's head does tilt up. You see blood plastered across the side of his face from where it had sprayed across him when the hook had gone through his shoulder. And the bags underneath his eyes are severe, as if he has been up here the entire time, just playing his music. He makes eye contact with you across the ship, over the shoulder of this figure that stands before him. And though he does not move other than the motions of his arms and his hands, you begin to hear something else. Could you make a wisdom saving throw for me?
Yes. It's a 2. That's an 11.
11. Alright. You stop for a moment, nearly frozen, and as Saphael's eyes connect with yours, you swear you see that swirling in them that was there before. The sound of the music is almost painful at this point. The signs of madness slowly starting to seep into the notes of the music as the playing gets shakier and shakier as the chains grow tauter and tauter. You are frozen for a moment, unable to move, unable to breathe, as whatever sound lies behind the music suddenly comes into clarity. I'll be in the reflections again, in the shadows, always. A deep, heavy sigh. You hear in your head the whispers over the roaring of the storm, though his mouth does not move. You watch from where you are frozen, feeling concealed in pure openness, as EQ reaches up, grabbing Saphael by the neck and yanking him towards him. He pulls him down as the storm roars louder, EQ's face going blank, expressionless like a mask, as blood begins to pool along the rims of his eyes. You see and hear in the water, though you cannot move, and your breath still holds in your chest as if you cannot release it. As thunder cracks, and the sound of parchment being scattered across the air rips through the sounds of everything else, and Dodie leaps from the water, wings extended, harpoon still stuck through her torso, as she reaches and claws up onto the side of the boat. Saphael holds the crystal violin as best as he can, closing his eyes as the color begins to drain from his face again. His hair turning paler and paler as the music begins to ring out over the wind, slower and slower. You hear the sound of this other figure snarling. Before everyone begins to hear, including Gore, all the way across the waves, the deafening sound of crystal cracking. The space around Saphael's crushed windpipe breaks open, and a rift opens in his place. As if looking through layers of mirrors, Saphael is suddenly let go, falling from this figure's hand through planes. Out of sight again. His haunting music continuing to echo around him as the air begins to reform a mirror-like shape in its place before disintegrating into ash. Dodie screeches as the cracks of reality strike through her like a bolt of lightning. She falls from the sky atop the ship deck and rolls, her skin going pale, paper white for a second before the color returns again. She's clutching at her chest as if something had just been struck through her sternum. Gore, on the opposite ship, as you take hold of the wheel and it begins to float into the air, as you look over, you watch as Saphael is suddenly pulled from these chains, and you watch the reality around him shatter. The boat begins to move again, and you feel the wheel give way, as if you are now controlling it, though you start to slowly clear out of the top of the waves. The chain holding the two boats together suddenly shifts, still connected, and you see the opposite boat, Stan, your boat, away from you, lurch in the water. The figure atop it, now left alone in Saphael's place, suddenly looking over towards you. Across the waves, you somehow still know you are making direct eye contact with this person, as this smaller boat jumps up into the wind. What are you doing in this moment?
Oh no. I know what Gore would do. He's gonna immediately turn his gaze over to Oldette. I need you to grab everything in the navigation room.
Okay. They run down the stairs.
And then as they go, and prepare to jump! And he's going to steer the boat towards the ship in the sky.
Towards the, up there, the one with all the chains on it?
Yep.
Okay. Oldette runs down the stairs, and you can hear them rooting around in the room below you. You think you hear what the sound of like a chair toppling over and something else crashing into the wall, and the sound of something ripping, which you're assuming is the wallpaper coming off the walls. As you do so, two pilot this boat. The feel of it is slightly different than that of steering a ship through the water. Every small turn of the wheel seems to wrench the ship in an opposite direction, as if it's much more touch-controlled than that of a regular ship. As well, with its small size, it seems to navigate through the air and the wind quite easily, though the storm above you does seem to pose a couple problems, as every once in a while you are hit with a gust of wind that seems to turn the boat nearly on its side. Could I get a survival check from you? And then can I also get either a acrobatics or performance check, depending on how you want to tell me how you steer this boat?
Let me go ahead and do... Which one was the first one again?
A
First
survival check.
Survival. That's a natural 20.
Yo. Hell yeah.
Holy shit!
And then he is gonna try and keep it as steady as possible, and he's going to kind of... Because I imagine it's like a regular ship wheel, right?
Mm-hmm.
He is going to try and, like, use his strength and leverage his arms so that when the wind comes, the wheel will not, like, jerk in direction, so he
Okay.
can maintain control of it.
Okay. Yeah, do an athletics check for me. Yeah. I'd say with the way you described it, I'll put that as an athletics check.
24!
24. Okay, and just for my knowledge,
Yes.
are you, like, full forward collision course? Or is this like a scrape along the side?
He wants to take it out.
It's just...
He's going for the collision course.
Alright. You hear the sounds underneath the boat as you manage to wrench the wheel back into your control. As the wind whips around it, as the wind whips around you, you manage to hold the wheel tight, manage to get the trajectory towards the direction that you need, and you realize that the ship is still going up. You wonder if it will, like, stop, or if it's just on a continuous uphill incline. So you manage to get the boat in the trajectory that you're just straight on a course to kind of come at it from, like, the bottom quarter of whatever this other ship is. On your trajectory upward, you hold the wheel in place as the mast above you is struck with lightning. The sail itself seems to catch on fire in the process as the wood splinters slightly. Below you, you hear something again knock over in the room before Oldette runs out onto the top of the deck, holding a massive amount of, like, rolled up paper in their arms, as well as something, like, clipped onto their belt. Holding it in their arms, they stand atop this deck, as also holding on to the side railing, as you guys are now kind of at, like, a 45-degree angle upward. You continue on, picking up speed further and further and further, until eventually you do cast your eyes off to the side for a moment and see that figure a little bit closer. As you've made your way up further towards where this thing is kind of stuck between the two of you, the chain now pulling a little bit differently underneath the boat, and you can hear the grinding of whatever this material is breaking through the bottom of the ship through the wood as the chain is pulled out of place. As you look down towards this figure, you see them a bit clearer. The blood trailing down his face from his eyes, and these inhuman-looking red irises just stare up towards you. Hold on.
Gore's icked out.
He's bad. He's disgusting.
I'm gonna do this one.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Uh-oh.
What is your spell attack modifier?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, okay. I'm assuming a 17 hits.
It just means.
Yeah. As you look down to the side, moments away from crashing this boat into this other strange vessel, you look down towards this figure, complete blank expression on his face. It's unnerving how much his face looks more like a mask than that of a human or elf, as he slowly points a finger up towards you. And suddenly, a blast of fire rips across the sky through the rain and strikes you directly into the chest. Hold on. You take 13 points of fire damage. As you are blasted in the chest, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
He's good at those. 18.
18. You are blasted back, the ship jolting in your hands, but you do not lose track of the wheel. You manage to keep hold of it. As you just barely catch the barest glimpse of this man's eyebrow twitching in place, the slightest, barest little bit of emotion cracking over this mask.
Or is it gonna piss him off?
I would like you to make a attack roll for me as the boat.
Okay. Are there any modifiers?
Just what we're gonna use whatever your unarmed strike is. We're just gonna do that because it's a boat into a side of another boat. We're just gonna.
Well, if we're using that modifier, that's gonna be a 25.
25. Okay. You blast back, feeling the fire sear against your skin, scorching the sides of your already battered tank top. As you turn back, holding onto the wheel tighter, as finally the side of this smaller boat that you've thrust up into the sky crashes into the side of this other strange-looking vessel. The awful sound of nails against a chalkboard rings out as the wood cracks and scrapes along the side of these armored pieces. You feel the boats catch together as if they're grinding in place, and it feels like everything, all the force that could possibly be behind this boat is pushing it into the side of this other vessel. You see the vessel's armor begin to bend and crack and break apart, though the vessel itself does not appear to move at all in the air. Finally, the boat crunches into the side of this other sky ship, and you hear gears turning and crack, and suddenly smoke is beginning to billow out from the side of this other vessel. In this moment of elation, of this working, and the smoke suddenly billowing out, you watch as a crack begins to form along the deck of the ship directly in front of you, and the boat you are standing on begins to fall apart. What you doing?
He's immediately gonna look at Odette, jump! and he's gonna throw himself off the edge.
Okay. Yes.
How high up are we?
I am going to move you closer to where you would be. I can't move the boat because it's part of the map. Sorry about that.
No,
Dodie
okay.
is over here now. You're about here. This glowing thing, it was the light put down by the weird sky ship. I'd say it was probably... Hold on. Let me pull up my notes again. Sorry. I'd say you guys are probably close to, like, 75 feet in the air.
He's gonna try and jump and land on the boat.
Okay.
And use his ring of featherfall.
Alright, okay.
Is this Stan or the other ship?
He's gonna try and land on Stan.
The other ship is breaking
Yeah, okay.
apart above him, falling
That
into
makes-
pieces. You do see suddenly, like, falling out from the bottom of the ship, that large, like, that gigantic gold ring just suddenly crash into the ocean. As Odette jumps off of the side of the ship. I would like you to make a acrobatics check for me.
Yes. It's an 18.
18. Okay. And then your Ring of Featherfall. Could
Yes.
you read that to me? Just as a refresher, because I'm pretty sure, but I just... Hazy used Featherfall a lot, but that was a while ago.
Yeah.
When you fall while wearing this ring, you descend 60 feet per round and take no damage.
Okay.
But he would be technical. I think he would use it like right before he hit the bow
Okay.
to save the. No.
All right. Okay. I'm thinking about the logistics of this. So, you crash these ships together, jumping off the side. Oldet is gonna have to do something real quick, actually. Because that would be quite a bit of damage, I believe. Yeah. Okay, yeah. They jump off the side of the ship, suddenly falling, arms still full of all of this stuff, down towards the water. As they do so, Arathar, you on the boat, suddenly feeling your breath come back to you, released from this hold. You watch as Oldet seems to almost like skip atop the air, like jumping back and forth in place, slowing their fall before landing in the water. They do still take damage, but not as much. Hold on.
Minus 25.
Yeah, because that's... How many d6s do I have? Okay, so yeah, that's like half damage. That's still quite a bit of damage, but that's not as bad as it could be. Okay. As they land in the water, still quite hard as the water splashes up around them, but they do manage to slow their fall slightly. You catch your breath suddenly, not realizing how long it had been since you had last taken a breath. As you catch yourself on the side of the room again, as EQ rolls his shoulders back, looking up towards where Gore is now descending. In this moment, Dodie leaps up from the side of the boat where she had been cast off to the side, finally pulling her axe forward, reaching up to slam it in the back of this figure. They're about to enter combat. Would the rest of you like to join in on this initiative?
Yes.
Okay.
Or yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck.
He was gonna do it when he landed anyways.
Where's my pad of paper? There it is.
I'm sick. I'm sick.
All right.
Is EQ our Zuko?
Say again.
I'm rolling like fear.
Is EQ our Zuko this whole campaign? Is he gonna just come after us?
All right. So I need to roll for. Yeah. Okay. And this one. Okay. What is your modifier? Okay. 25 to 20.
22.
Okay. 20 to 15. Okay.
Oh, air car.
This is not going
He's
good.
not having a great time.
No.
15 to 10.
11.
All right, you're not the last one.
That's good.
Oldet is.
Makes sense.
They just got put back in the water. It's fine. So, that brings us to Gore first, who is currently in the air. So, I'm assuming you use your turn to crash land on the boat.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna get a little bit closer. I wish I had a bigger boat. Hold on. I'm resizing.
Because I would say his action would be using Featherfall.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to make the map bigger. There it goes. Because I need a bigger boat.
Yeah, don't we all?
Fucking sick Jaws reference. You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Yeah. In these trying times.
All right. Come on, stop it. I'm just gonna put it right there. Okay. Arathar, you're over here. Doty's like there. Gore, you're about to crash land over here. Oldet's out in the water over here. And I'm gonna need an icon for EQ.
Oh
Blob.
my god.
Cue the blob.
Yeah, where's the goo?
That's what he is.
There's the goo.
I hate him.
Yeah. There we go. Doty's like there. That's fine. That's good, right? Can everybody see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. He's like, shit.
Alright, there we go. So, Gore, as you are falling from the sky, you watch Oldet kind of jump across the air, holding on to everything as they go before crashing into the ocean again. You manage to look down at your ring, that I'm assuming you fit on your pinky finger because it's not quite your size. As you look down towards it, kind of, you've never really cast a spell, so you kind of just invoke it to happen, and it does. As you slow down towards this boat, you see Doty rear up again, pulling her axe in her hands to strike forward as you crash onto the top of the ship. So that was your action.
Mm-hmm.
What are you
I
doing?
assume that would also be my movement.
Yeah.
Okay. Can't really do anything. I think as he crash lands and Superman lands on the boat, let's kill this one. He's pissed off.
Alright. That is going to end Gore's turn, which actually brings us to what Doty is attempting to do. Hold on. I forgot to pull some things up, and then we started combat. Alright, yes. As she brings her axe up to strike down between the shoulders of this strange figure before her that just banished what in essence was her soul twin back to the Shadowfell. See, the thing is that he's kind of hard to hit. She does hit him though. As she brings the axe down across his back, it slices into his skin, though he doesn't seem to react much. Instead, kind of just turning in place as she goes. As you watch the strange whipping of her hair that has suddenly commenced again continue and get stronger as she goes into a rage. So that is going to be her turn, which then brings us down to EQ's turn. He turns in place, looking back towards Doty, standing surprisingly quite a bit above her. as he looks down towards her, that fake kind of manufactured smile starting to appear on his face, though it never seems to reach his eyes, as if his eyes stay blank and emotionless the entire time. He is going to... Where is his spell list? There it is.
Oh, you can't find it.
They're going to start with... No, he wouldn't start with that one. I haven't played him in a while.
This isn't right, Blue. He's already dead.
That's in the future, baby!
This isn't right.
We already had to fight one disgusting thing today.
Oh, God.
And it had little crab hands.
Yeah, let's see. Sorry, there's so many spells. Yeah, how many feet is 60 feet?
A lot.
That's all of you. Okay, yeah, we'll do that one.
Oh no.
Oh, where'd it go? There it is. As this figure turns back and you all see him in full clarity again, Gore, it strikes into your brain that you've seen this person once before. When the magnates from the Imolith had descended upon the capital, in the moments after you and your party had killed the king, this figure had looked back towards your group before turning away. In this moment, you watch as the smile pulls across his face, as these long, claw-like nails just kind of flick out in front of you as this wave of necrotic energy bursts out from him. I need everyone within a 60-foot radius to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Okay. Not so great. Constitution.
It's a 19.
16.
Sorry, one second. Okay, what was it? Arathar?
19.
19? Okay, so you save, so you take half damage. And what was your score?
16.
You do not save.
Oh, that's not good.
And Dodie does not save. Wait, does this reach Oldet?
Probably.
No, it does not.
Oh, yes!
Okay, good. As this wave of necrotic energy bursts out like a tidal wave, like a sonic boom from where he stands, as this smile sneers across his face. I don't have that many d8s, so we're gonna roll on here.
Or might be dead.
Arathar, you take 21 points of necrotic energy. Gore.
Is that 42 points of damage, Blue? He's very down.
Yeah.
He didn't die. He didn't die. Yet. Oh my god.
Alright, so I'm gonna cross that one off. Okay. Yep. So, Gore, as you stand up, as this sneer pulls across his face, this wave of necrotic energy hits you, and the world goes black. For a moment, you can feel your body hitting the side of the ship before you really recognize it. And in this moment, that black returns across your vision, that pain like a sharp prick in the side of your temple. And you see that figure again. Not this one that stands before you, but the one made of burning light. And the feeling, that call from behind you of interruption, feels stronger now. Could I get you to make a wisdom check for me
Okay.
as you go unconscious?
Ooh,
Save us.
16.
16, okay. As you hit the ground, the feeling from your body starts to drain from it, that notion of interruption returns, pushing this burning figure of light from your brain, pushing the darkness past it until it's just nothing and no longer darkness, to the point where there's almost an incredulous anger to it. And though you remain darkened, and though your body lays there, the feeling of charging begins to start. Something growing underneath your skin. Arathar, where are you standing hit point wise?
I'm at 1 hit point exactly.
Cool. You are burst back from where you stand, having stepped forward slightly. Smacked against the side of the wood, you catch yourself as you turn and watch Dodie get thrown across the deck of the ship. She grinds to a halt, still standing, looking a little more deranged and drained than normal, though she still stands awake. Those red irises turn from her then to you. Empiric Sorcerer Tinu. It has been a pleasure working with you again. But this action does not concern your field. Excuse my interruption. And he turns from you. It is now your turn.
I think, hold on, this is, fuck. He's gonna use, Dodie's not down, it's just Gore.
Yeah, just Gore's down.
He's gonna use his last Starlight Step to get to Gore.
Okay.
He has to move. He has to move 10 feet first, because it's 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's his... You said Starlight Step was a, bonus action, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes,
Christ.
it is.
Gore, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds.
Alright.
And I'm so sorry. I'm like... That's 18 points of damage. 18 points back to you, Gore.
And you double it.
Double it?
As
$37.
Arathar, as you take a couple steps, as EQ's eyes are finally off you, staring back towards Dodie, you take a couple steps, disappear from reality, and reappear next to Gore. As you reach down to place your hands on his shoulders to wake him, it's almost as if an electric shock runs up your arms as the spell takes hold on Gore and then seems to work overdrive. So,
as he does that, he kind of, his voice shaking very significantly as he runs over to Gore, vanishing into the air and appearing next to him, leaning over, looks back over to EQ. No field is really my field anymore, so...
he doesn't turn or acknowledge your words, though you can tell that he's listening somehow. Does that end your turn?
Yes.
Other than
he's also standing, he's standing not directly in front of Gore, but kind of like and not next to him either, like kind of almost like shoulder in front of shoulder, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If we're to stand.
What the hell?
Oh.
Stop it. Hold on.
I'm the DM now. So EQ dies. He actually just has a heart attack. Coincidentally enough.
Oh god.
Unfortunate.
It doesn't matter which one I'm thinking
Okay.
of.
Okay, there we go. I moved where EQ is on the map as well. That brings us to Oldette's turn, who is who's gonna try to make it to the boat, I think. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna... Yeah. So they, with all of their movement, and then they're gonna make a check to try to get... They are hanging on the side of the boat currently. So that is going to be Oldette's turn, who cannot see any of the things that are happening up top of the boat, and who is currently struggling through these churning waves with handfuls of stuff. That then brings us back up to the top of the round with Gore. You have just awoken again with the feeling of like... It's like in an emergency room, just like the clear, boom, you just suddenly bolt awake. Aerithar standing above you, eyes glancing back towards where EQ has walked away.
I'm prone, right?
You are.
Damn, that's gonna be half my... Wait a second, he's closer.
He is.
Rookie mistake, bub. I'm gonna use 20 feet of my movement to stand up, and I'm gonna move 15 feet. And, I'm going to punch him.
Okay.
Twice, and then I'm gonna use Flurry of Blows to punch him some more.
Okay.
Which is I have to... Uh-oh, what's happening?
Maybe it was Gore's spirit behind Clovis, as Clovis did the same thing to EQ.
Okay.
As you do so, he is also going to use his reaction to cast Shield over himself, which gives him a plus to his AC. So, you can continue.
Dang. Is it for the whole turn?
Yes. Until the start of his next turn.
This motherfucker. That is a... My goodness, I've lost. +7. That's a 19 for the first punch.
19 does hit.
Yes! I'm just gonna roll them all.
barely.
21!
Okay.
That's a 9. And then 16. 7. It's like a... Can't math. 5. 23.
Okay.
Okay, so I think 3 of those hit, right?
Yes.
The D. It. That is 9 points,
Okay.
and then 10 points, so 19,
Okay.
and then plus 9 again. I already forgot what the number was.
So 28.
Yes, of lightning damage.
Alright. You burst up from the ground again, running towards this figure, rearing back and landing a blow directly between his shoulder blades. As you do so, he flicks his hand up, the cast of like a burnt orange shield suddenly encasing him for a moment, as your second punch skirts off the side of it as if you've just crushed your hand against metal before you pull back with the other fist and strike towards him again, getting 2 more solid hits in. That's 28 down. Alright. As he turns his head slightly to look back at you. That smile gone again, replaced with that just blank mask-like look. Does that end your turn?
Yeah, I think so. I can't do anything else.
Okay. That brings us to Dodie's turn. She reaches up, taking her axe from the ground and attempting to slice at him from where she is still partially prone on the ground. It's an attack roll. Wait, that's the wrong die. Oh, Jesus, okay. As her axe comes up towards him, he simply backs out of the way as it slices through the air before she throws up her other hand in an attempt to cast Sacred Flame. So he must do a dexterity saving throw. What is his dexterity? Okay. Which he doesn't save? Yeah, doesn't save. Okay. So that's a d8. So that's 7 points of radiant damage as the flame burns across his sleeve and up his arm as he just continues to step forward. She's going to use the rest of her movement to stand back up. As she is kind of swaying in place. She looks like she's lost a lot of blood, and her hair is continuing to whip against the wind. Those lines like bark are beginning to appear again over her skin as she snarls towards him. Then brings us back to EQ's turn as he steps forward, suddenly lunging for Dodie. Yeah. Okay. That's like a 26. I think. As he suddenly reaches forward, grabbing her by the whip of hair that extends out towards him and pulling her forward. You all begin to hear, as he speaks out over the wind, that strange cadence to his voice now known. I was hoping to complete this task uninterrupted. But mortalistic pests will never fail to fight before comprehending. Do not take this personally, he leans in towards her. I'm simply trimming off the surplus. Cleaning house, as it were. My house. He then hoists her up, like he did with Saphael, instead by the back of her neck, almost like an animal. As he does so, the blood begins to pool around the rims of his eyes, spilling down onto his face, as she fights back, sinking her axe into him, straight into his sternum, though he does not react. Her skin begins to mottle again, those bark-like lines returning across her skin, her hair growing longer and longer by the second, turning iridescent and whipping against the wind, before the sounds of paper being torn to ribbons rips like a sonic boom out from where Dodie is held aloft, bright lights blinding moments before an explosion. What are your two reactions during this moment? If you have anything to do.
Like actions, right? Not just like facial reactions.
Yeah, if you guys have, I'll allow a bonus action in this moment. Any a reaction or bonus action, I'll allow in this moment.
I'm gonna try and grapple him, and I can do that because of my feet.
Okay.
I think. Hold on, let me double check.
Do you want us to go like one at a time?
If you have...
Oh, no.
While he's figuring that out, if you have something.
And if he has a split second, Aerith are going to try to cast Sacred Flame.
Okay. That's a dexterity?
Yes.
That is a 12.
12? It fails. Oh my
Alright.
God.
Okay. It
11
just says
points
my.
of radiant.
Sorry, say again.
All right, I'm just
11
talking out
points of
loud.
radiant.
11.
Sorry, Kevin.
Right.
No, you're good. I'm just talking out loud.
Tyler, yes.
It says one of my unarmed strikes. It's very weirdly worded.
Okay.
But under my unarmed strike, in my actions is grapple. So I can damage, I can grapple, or I can shove.
Okay. Would you like
And
to attempt to grapple?
Yes.
All right. I believe you roll for that first, yes?
Okay. Is it like athletics or something?
I think. Hold on. Grapple's always the one that I forget.
It's like strength versus athletics, maybe actually.
Oh god. Where
Then
is
I
it?
can never remember.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
It does have a DC next to grapple.
Okay.
If we wanted to use that.
Let's see, grappling. Is that an attack roll? A strength check contested by a strength or dexterity check.
Okay. So I do a strength check.
Yes.
That was not as good. Oh my god, but that's a 19.
19. Okay. He is then going to use... He then snaps his fingers next to him
Brother.
as you approach with his opposite hand. And that is going to be minus... It's going to be minus 5 points. So what was it?
It was a 19, so it's going to be at 14.
14. So he has to beat a 14. You're going to be so pissed at me.
Oh, is it a 14?
It's a natural 20.
Oh, man.
As he snaps his fingers next to you, you slip on a piece of water underneath your boot as he ducks to the side and you crash off. As he lifts Dodie up the final bit of the way, Aerithar reaching out, flame burning up his back as you see it singes part of his hair. As the light that's beginning to collect around her explodes suddenly like a firework of multicolors, ripping out, burning pieces of the wood around you, the sound of ripping parchment being torn to shreds in millions by millions of pieces, as pieces of burnt parchment corners and ash suddenly descend from her place, Dodie banished before your eyes. EQ wipes his hands off, waving his hand before all of the ash disperses into the wind. All that's left in her place a scorch mark of flame on the railing of the ship behind her, as he turns and looks towards the two of you again. I find your dedication rather amusing. I have also, in my time observing, been heedful, attentive to your extracurricular interests and activities. They intrigue me. That then brings us down to Aerithar's turn, if we would like to keep combat in its... I'm assuming you guys are keeping combat rounds going. That then brings us down to Aerithar's turn.
Gore's not.
I think he's going to cast Sacred Flame again as his bonus action.
Okay.
Can I list them off as like the order in which he's doing things, and then like the rolls can happen, or do you want that to happen one at a time?
List them off, and then we'll do it.
Okay, actually, I need to check something. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, he's the glob. That's right. Wait, what the fuck? Where the fuck did it go? Oh, there it is. Where is he? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would like to cast Sacred Flame.
Okay.
And I would like him to rush forward and use his movement. And I want him to attempt to fucking grapple EQ, even though he's not very strong.
Okay.
So, dex save for the Sacred Flame.
Alright. Let's see. I believe that is another 12.
Yeah, so that fails.
Okay.
That's... I'm actually gonna... Hold on, I'm looking at my thingies, because I'm gonna try to... Hold on, I'm sorry. 1 second.
Oh, you're good.
I'm trying to do something neat.
I'm looking at all of his sorcery
I want to
points.
use... What'd you say?
I'm looking at all of his sorcery points.
Yeah, that's actually, I want to do, I want to use a sorcery point and reroll one of the damage dice for
Okay.
that. Okay. That's going to be 10 points of radiant damage.
Okay. As this silver and gold flame again begins to burn up the side of his arms, he looks down towards it again as it singes through his shirt onto his flesh, as you then scream out towards him and rush him. So that is going to be a strength check.
Yeah. Oh my god! It fell out of the fucking train! Actually. That's an 11.
11. Okay, so that's going to be against his strength check,
Yeah,
which is that's so funny. It's 12.
This motherfucker.
Yeah.
Wait, fuck. Actually, this is last minute, so it's totally okay if not.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm learning all of this.
Absolutely.
Can I? Fuck! It's a saving throw and attack roll. So favored by the gods, saving roll or attack roll. That's not an ability check. I'm guessing.
Nah.
No. Fuck. Never mind. It doesn't apply.
Alright. You lunge towards him, attempting to pull him down or grapple him. As he reaches over, his claw-like nails digging into the side of your arm and wrenching you back until you're just kind of staring towards him. The two of you nearly looking eye to eye, almost exactly the same height. Does that end your turn?
Yes, it does.
That then brings us to Oldette, who's going to finish climbing up the side of the boat, and then get over here. And then what can Oldette do with the way that they are looking? Yeah, okay. How far can they make it? Ugh. Okay, let's see if they'd still have to use. Okay, so they climb up on top of the boat, suddenly look around at everything that is happening, see Arathar and EQ almost like grapple for a moment before they just drop everything that they're holding in their arms and start rushing forward. They do have to use their action to finish making it over this way, but they are going to use their bonus action to just get one quick little punch in, I think is what they're gonna do. Oh wait, is this a bonus action? Now they're just gonna punch him. As they rear back and land. Yeah, it's been his turn already, so that's down, so it's back to original AC. As they land one solid punch in on the back of his head. That is 6 points of damage, and that is all they can do for their turn, which brings us back up to the top with Gore again, as EQ stands back up from where Arathar had thrown himself towards him.
Ugh.
Oh, I gotta take her out of there. Whoops.
God, he's just. I'm gonna keep this left.
Oh, Arathar, you moved, right?
Yeah, I did. Sorry, I did move my token.
Oh, you're good. I just didn't know if my screen was slow.
He's gonna be like right here.
Alright.
There you go. That was my up.
I think he recovers from the missed grapple
Mm-hmm.
and probably tears are gonna start running down his face, and he is gonna let a guttural roar out, and he is going to again punch 4 times.
Okay. He is again
That
going to
is-
use his reaction to cast Shield
Okay.
again.
That first one is a 19.
A 19 just hits.
And then he is going to use Stunning Strike on that,
Okay.
which against a sorcerer is probably not the greatest, but
What
it is a
type of-
Constitution saving throw,
Okay. Oh,
which
okay.
the modifier is probably higher than the DC, but please let it be a natural 1.
No.
Oh, it's a natural 20 again?
Yeah.
This motherfucker.
I'm using
Osiris.
I'm using the Osiris dice, so I feel like we can also partially blame Osiris.
Absolutely.
Damn it, Osiris. Second one is a 21.
21 hits.
Oh, 21 again?
Okay.
That's another 8. Okay. So the first 3 hit.
You strike forward with the first punch, getting right into one of the weak points between his joints. As you strike forward, you feel the arm underneath your hit flex slightly, as if it pops out of its socket and then back in to avoid your hit.
This motherfucker.
I hate him.
So you may roll damage for me if you wish.
God. You want me to just roll all 3 again?
Yeah.
Wow, that's 5 for the first one.
Okay.
Then 10.
Okay.
15. God, and another 5, so 20.
Okay.
Rolled 1 on 2 of those.
Okay. You strike into him again, fists as fast as possible as tears are beginning to stream down your face. As you, for a moment, glance up into the sky and see the clouds again take the shape of a snake before dispersing into nothingness again, as if it's a reminder in the distance. Does that end your turn?
Yeah, that'll be it.
That then brings us down to EQ,
Yeah.
who is gonna... Let's see what he's gonna do.
Power word kill.
Does he have any of these level spell slots? He does.
That's not good.
Okay, so first, he looks up towards you, that blank expression suddenly casting like rage into you. The idea that he is so unaffected by everything that is happening. Just the pure blankness of his face, as if it's a mask, as if he's some false creature instead of a person. As he reaches up and just taps onto your shoulder with his nails. And that is a 22 to hit.
Yep.
This.
And you take... You first take 10 points of necrotic damage. As he then pulls his hand up next to your face and strikes into your temple with one of his pointed nails. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh. As an 8.
Oh my god.
As the nail strikes into your skin, drawing a drop of blood from your temple as it begins to pour down, you feel something cold seep in through the side of your skull, swirling around in your head until you feel all of your muscles go lax, and you hear in your head that same strange cadence. Turn and walk away. And you feel your body turn and begin to walk away. Then he is going to... Where am I? There I am. He is then going to walk away this way. He's just going to back up some. I believe that does give Uldet an attack of opportunity.
And Aerithar.
Uldet swings and completely misses. Suddenly baffled and somewhat frightened of the fact that Gore suddenly went completely blank and turned and begins to walk away. Eyes going nearly fogged over white. Gore, at the end, I think it's at the end of your turn. Whenever you take damage, you can repeat the save. And at the end of your turn, you can make the save again. So, but that brings us down to Aerithar.
Can you use this as attack of opportunity as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Just Sacred Flame again.
Okay. That's a 14.
14. Oh, fucking, I forgot the fucking... Oh, that fails again. Awesome.
Alright.
I debated something, I'm not gonna. That's 10 points of radiant damage again.
Okay, well done. Here we go. Okay. It then brings us to your turn as he turns again and begins to talk more. Every law superseding my own, according to Madnate jurisprudence, would compel me to arrest you as fugitives of the Imolith. Especially yourself, empiric sorcerer. But I will not. This objective, since carried out, was my own. Though they are closing in on you, you will carry on with your proceedings, I am sure. And perhaps we will cross paths again. Information I hold is less sanctioned. I'm sure you understand. Even if I did have to trim your party down. So if you would like to take your turn, you may.
Sorry, 1 second.
No, you're good.
He's gonna walk. He's gonna move. Sorry, he's gonna walk. Sorry, 1 second. Just so he's in front of Gore, kind of blocking both Gore and Uldet.
Mm-hmm.
You're on your way then. but don't hurt either one of them anymore.
Is that all you're doing?
Yeah.
That would then bring us to Old Death's turn, who has stopped in their tracks, looking at you, Erithar. Gore is continuing to walk away. You can make a save if you wish, or you can see what happens.
I'll make a save. Fuck it. Yeah. Well, that's a 9.
Yeah. Those blood-red irises scan over the crowd, landing back on you, Erithar. As he dips his head slightly forward. Very well. But you do have a way to contact me, if need be. And he turns, and he waves his hand, the air ripping around him as he disappears in a moment. The ship just starting to cascade out of the air, smoking and burning off horrid-smelling fumes, suddenly disappearing in its place as well. The chain's gone, as you are just left alone, the three of you, in the storm that continues to crash around you. Gore, your eyes suddenly clear again as you see yourself standing, facing the opposite direction you were moments ago, as suddenly your body comes back into its own, and you feel yourself breathe normally again as you whip around. The three of you are suddenly hit in the side of the ship with another wave as it crashes over, as all remnants of what was this conflict, this strange moment in time, suddenly gone. The only thing left is the scorch marks along the top of your boat. And I think that's a good moment to take a break.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Because we've just hit 2 hours exactly, so... how we feeling, guys?
I think I'm gonna kill you in your sleep.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, I'm gonna put us over...
Fine,
Okay. Sorry, I was just gonna say I'm gonna put us over
dude.
on the break screen. So,
Yeah, definitely do that.
for the stream, we will be right back. There we go. Hello again. I'm gonna start some other music now. Because that one was... What about this one? What does this one sound like? Yeah, that's good. That's good for now. Okay, so as we get back into it, Gore, the fog clears from your eyes. You can see clearly again. The rain is not gone, though. And you turn from where you had been walking away to see where Oldet is still kind of standing, like, in a cautious pose, looking around, as Arathar had walked towards the edge of the ship. EQ now gone, and the broken ship that was smoking out ship above you gone as well. The black chains disappeared from the sky and the water around you. And the rest of you stand again alone in this tumultuous water. The storm is still raging above you somehow, and it's still rocking at the boat, almost as if currently where you are sitting, the storm is getting stronger and stronger and stronger, not relenting for a moment. Your boat is beginning to rock, the sails pulling against themselves, the stuff beneath your boat, by the sound of it, grinding against the floor as it's rocked back and forth from side to side. Arathar, you stop for a moment to catch your breath, body shaking, mind barely with you as you heave against the air. What are the two of you doing in this moment?
I think with the storm, even with the storm, Arathar's spaced out and he kind of stares up where EQ disappeared for a couple more moments. Before that, when Dodie disappeared, you said there were pieces of parchment, right? That like tore. Are there any of them on the boat, or did they vanish along with Dodie?
They turned to ash that is now being stuck down by the rain on the top of the boat.
I think he looks down and just tries to kind of sifting his fingers through the water, trying to find any parchment, but it's all ash, and when he realizes it, just slams his fist against the deck and starts to stand up, kind of walking back towards where the where Oldet is. Right, because Oldet's looking pretty hurt, and he'll just kind of, like, not making eye contact with them, kind of just slam his hand on their shoulder and cast Cure.
Okay.
And that's just going to be 18 points back to them.
Sweet. Yes. They breathe a little easier as you do so. Just kind of glancing around, not really saying much at all.
I think Gore's just sitting there, just more tears rolling down his face, looking up to where the airship was and breathing extremely heavy.
I think Arathar will walk over to him. We have to get out of the storm. We have to keep moving.
I think he just closes his eyes for a second, then reopens them, and he brings a fist to his chest. and he lets out another guttural scream into the air. Well, not a scream, more of a roar. And then starts to walk towards the steering deck while he's like saying draconic words under his breath.
You make your way up the stairs towards the wheel of the ship. Oldet instinctually going to pick up the things that they had collected from the navigation room of the opposite ship, putting them quickly into yours before going to start pulling on the ropes and getting the sails ready to take off again.
Arethar's gonna help with that, with the sails, kind of how he did with Sapphire.
Mm-hmm.
Just to help everything get moving.
You help Oldet. It's almost becoming habit by now how to tie the knots and pull the sails tight. The storm continues to roar, getting almost louder by the second. Arethar, could I get you to make a perception check for me?
Yep. Pretty sure it's a 16? Actually, it's 15.
15. Your boat, once the sails have dropped again, and all the ropes have been pulled taut, and Gore begins to steer the boat forward, you take a moment to look over the side of the ship towards the water, where you had just ascended from, basically. And deep beneath the waves, where somewhere at the bottom of the ocean that pit had been, you can see the water is darker there. This 50-foot patch of water next to you darker than the rest of it. Though you don't see any of those colors swirling up from the bottom anymore. At least you don't think so. You're pretty sure. The boat begins to move, and you start to get back on track. Oldet attempts to use what little bit of light can get through the clouds to figure out the directions you need to go, though it's becoming difficult with the storm. Ahead on the horizon, you can see a path that looks clearer. As if over on the horizon, you can see a bit more of clearer skies. A bit of light beyond the storm. You continue forward, and as time begins to pass, the storm does make it difficult for the boat to move. So I have kind of a series of skill checks for you guys to keep the boat going in the correct direction. I have a couple, and if you also have anything that your character can do to move the boat along faster, to get out of the storm quicker, if you also just want to offer those up, we can see if those work. But the first thing I'm going to need is from Gore, a athletics check to keep the wheel in check.
That is a 23.
23. The rage is definitely helping you as you grip onto the steering wheel with all of your might and hold the boat steady, each wave and gust of wind not able to wrench it from your grasp as you continue on forward. From Arethar and Oldet, if I could get either perception, survival... Yeah, perception or survival checks.
18.
18, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And... Yep, okay. The two of you keep an eye out on the wind and on the horizon to try to find clearer paths for Gore to take towards the horizon, as well pulling the one compass that you managed to find from the navigation room out to keep you on the direction that you need to go. You eventually start to make your way further and further towards the horizon, out from underneath this storm that doesn't seem to really be moving or changing much at all. You continue forward. And as you start to crest out from where the lightning is, just into the solid bouts of rain. All three of you, nearly at the same time, get one last flash of black behind your vision. The pinprick of pain in your temple. And the implication of a gargantuan maw laughing. It disappears in a split second, and you're left again with the boat, moving forward. Does anybody have anything that they can do to make the boat go faster, if you so wish?
I think so.
I think Oldet might have one use of this left. We're gonna see. Where is it? Yeah, they can do it one more time. One more key point. They got one more. It's fine. They move eventually behind the mast, planting their feet against the wet wood and pushing their palms up forward. Those blasts of air pushing into the sails again as you rip through the water for the next hour or so. Finally through the last bit of storm, till it's just cloudy gray skies above you. The rain finally relenting, the thunder long since behind you, and you are left in choppy waters, but simple ones. It's now the afternoon again, and you all have been moving since the very early hours of the morning. Oldet stops from tying the ropes again, relenting from the wind that they were creating from their palms, and goes and just flops down onto the deck next to the navigation room in the bit of shade that the cloudy skies are creating, and just sits for a moment to rest. What are the two of you doing?
I think that, I think when everything's steady, he'll step back and turn, and he's gonna go into the navigation room.
Okay.
To be alone.
You turn and walk into the navigation room. You see where Oldet had set all of the wet maps and that other thing that they had clipped to the side of their belt. This, like, leather box atop the table as well. But you are alone.
He's gonna actually start, after just taking a moment to himself, kind of heavy breathing, briefly starts to cry and kind of notices everything around him and the things that need to be looked at and the work that still has to be done. And he's going to start by thinking exclusively about the dagger and going to grab it and taking a really long look at every single bit of it.
Okay.
Before putting it away and making some kind of arcana and investigation check as to what it could be. But you can come back to me if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come back to you in just a second, because I assume it's going to be a series of investigation checks. Gore, you watch as Oldet turns and flops down onto the deck to rest, and you see Arathar kind of turn, head bowed a little bit, and disappear into the navigation room. What are you doing?
I think he's just going to be in his own world while he steers the ship.
Okay. You stand, feet planted against the wood as it slowly starts to dry, and you continue to just hold the ship on its trajectory forward. Arathar, if you would like to make an Arcana check on that dagger.
Okay. 21. 21.
21. Alright. Looking to see if I could find the stat block for it. Or the little whatever. You know what I mean.
Absolutely.
The description. There we go. What was it? Was a 21? Yeah. You take a moment to think of the dagger, pull it from your belt, and stare at it for quite a long time. It's a relatively simple dagger compared to many that you've seen. A straight blade with just the slightest curve at the tip. A silver blade. A small bit of gold engraving just barely at the hilt, and then a leather-wrapped handle. Quite simple, a practical-looking dagger. And as you stare at it for as long as you so wish, nothing about it particularly looks enchanted. Like, there's no sigils on it, there's no fancy stones, there's no extra sheen to it. It's just a simple, practical dagger. But you stop for a moment, and you think about all of the arcane things that you've seen before. And you think about how you found it. And its sort of metaphysical nature. How it legitimately, truly, only exists when you, the carrier, think about it. You haven't tried it with anyone else. You don't know if somebody else thinks about it, if it comes into being or not. But you know from your practical knowledge that it literally, conceptually, and physically only exists when it's in your thoughts. You haven't heard of an enchantment like that. That's not something that you've heard being put on other items. And so your only theory to it would be that it was created for this purpose. It was not enchanted afterward, but the magic is kind of baked into the item. Truly and honestly, in all of your time, you've never heard of something like this, and you don't entirely know the extent to which this theoretical object works. But the function of it so far has been quite simple. It seems to have no other magic on it, like it's not like an enchanted like +1 weapon or some shit. It just seems to only exist when you think about it. At least while in your hands. Does that answer your question at all?
It leaves me with more questions, but he'll table it for later.
Alright.
And he's gonna go to the box next, and starts to reach for it, and then stills, and just kind of, and reaches on his shoulders, and he's gonna cast Cure Wounds on himself, but only at first level.
Smart.
Yeah. You know, last week, how was I supposed to know? How was I to know?
It happens. Sometimes you go through the horrors.
Yes. So that's 6 points back. And you know what? He's fine with that. He doesn't care. So he's gonna do that. And then he'll go into his bag and put his gloves on. Doesn't even squeeze them out this time. Just puts his hands in them and then goes to
gloves.
Take a look at the box first. Probably make an Arcana check to see if it's neat magical before going to open it.
Yeah, make an Arcana check for me.
Radical feminist. Oh my god, no. Zoom. Zoom just opened.
Not Zoom.
Not Zoom, go away! 18.
18.
17, sorry. Sorry, 17.
You take a look over this box before you grab it. And it appears to be a relatively simple thing. It's about, like, yay big. And it's like a folded leather box. Like, if you open the top of it, the box would fold open. It seems to be out of sturdy brown leather, woven stitching. It seems to be pretty simple, and it does not appear to be enchanted.
Okay, he'll open it.
You open the top of it, the box unfolds, and inside are a bunch of brass tools. You're assuming they're tools. They're strange shapes to you.
Can he... Hold on. Can he take a closer look at them? Closer gander.
Make an investigation check for me.
I thought it was cocked. It was not. 19.
19. You take a closer look at them, and just from very recent times, you can hazard the guess that these are navigation tools. Various instruments used with navigation, probably used with these giant maps, though they appear much nicer than the ones that were found within Stan. Like, these are, like, really nice. Like, kind of, like, really, really nice. The quality of the metal is very nice, and there also appears to be engravings on some of them. After a moment, also, a couple of them, the engravings kind of look like sigils, though you've never seen this type before.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I can't fucking spell, guys. This is terrible. Yeah. You know, and he's probably got to put him back in the box for now.
Mm-hmm.
Not really particularly caring that they're magical, because in some way, maybe because of course they are. Puts them in the leather pouch and kind of slides them in the bag of holding, you know, his brain deciding if maybe they can sell them at some point, or if he just wants to toss them in the ocean out of pure spite because of how expensive they are. Just towards the owner. But puts them in the bag of holding for now.
Mm-hmm.
And goes to look at the maps. Probably whichever's closest. He's probably gonna look at the Dagger Mountain one first.
Mm-hmm.
That's...
You unfold the Dire Mountain map. Hold on. I am going to pull up the map, just so that I have something to look at. There we go. I need to send the other maps into the chat at some point.
Yeah.
Or into the Discord or whatever, but I will do that later. You unfold the Dire Mountain map first. It is it's a large map. It's a big map. It's a wall-sized map. But you manage to spread it out kind of over the table, kind of hanging off the sides onto the floor. And you're able to take a closer look at it. Make an investigation check for me again.
Radical feminist. Sure can't do. Natural 20.
Yeah, hell yeah. As you unfold this map and begin to look over it, why did the music stop again? Hold on.
Oh yeah, it did. I didn't even notice.
Stay stay on. I've clicked the repeat
So
button 3
exactly.
times now. You begin to look over the map, and it is quite detailed, actually. It's not only a map that has the cities and some of the border lines on it, but it also has the mountain ranges and some of the topographical regions depicted on the map. These are actually also really nice maps. They have all of the different sections labeled as well. Not just Dire Mount as in the human kingdom, but Dire Mount as in the entire continent. All the way up to the Iceric Pass is dedicated on this map. You can also see the barest bit of the Icere Keep off to the side, but it looks like it was less important in comparison to the rest of what was depicted. You can see it has different labelings for the different cities, dependent on their size. Obviously, of course, Zurhem depicted the largest, and also circled twice in pen on the map. It even has, as you're starting to expect at this point, some of the less popular areas depicted. You can see up towards the very top where even the Orcish lands are divided across. Those often aren't depicted on most maps because most people who are buying maps aren't going up to where the Orcish lands are. Nobody really goes up to the Orcish lands. But they are depicted on this map. As well as the kind of conjunction point where the human and halfling kingdom connects up to where the Orcish lands and the Dwarven mountain range and even the more bestial sections of Dire Mount connect. All at that top northernmost mountain range where Avenol sits. You remember talk of Avenol occasionally, like kind of offhand from your past. It's up in the northern peaks of Dire Mount. And from your knowledge, though you're not necessarily a map maker or a map enthusiast, Avenol you've only seen depicted on maps from Zumerion or in Elvish.
Okay. Interesting.
Other than that, there are a couple of drawn in lines, like where the borders have apparently changed and someone has taken pen to map out where the new border is, but other than that, this map appears relatively normal.
He'll probably roll it up all the way, kind of push it aside, and move on to one of you.
Okay.
Actually, no. He'll go to the Parsana one next. He'll save you for last.
Okay. You roll out the map of Pyrsana. Hold on. I'm actually gonna pull up that one as well. Real quick.
Is there any way you can send them now, just so I can look at what?
Yeah. Sorry. Where is it?
You're good. If not, that's cool.
There's the old map of Pyrsana. Oh shit! It might be on my other computer. I might not have it.
Okay.
So I'll get it later. But I apparently don't have it on this computer. You look over the map of Pyrsana. You are the least acquainted with Pyrsana in your everyday life. You can see where the different divisions of the kingdoms are. And you can also see, again, several places where the borders between kingdoms have been kind of amended by ink. This seems to have the least of interest to you just by looking at it. It looks the most standard compared to maps of Pyrossana you've seen before. You know Pyrossana to be pretty open about their kingdom format and the aggressions between kingdoms. From your experience, Pyrossana as a continent does not have as many secrets as Pyrossana's kingdoms tend to. So this map appears relatively normal. There is, of course, a circle around the Elvish capital, as well as a circle around the desert capital, and a third circle around the jungle capital.
Makes sense.
But other than that, this map looks relatively normal.
Okay. Okay, cool. He'll go to the Zumerion map next for sure.
You roll out the Zumerion map and are again kind of taken by how detailed it is. You can see the large forests depicted, as well as the mountain ranges. And of course, where the beaches connect to where the large cliff sides are, as well as the lakes that scatter about throughout Zumerion, and of course the ice cap in its very center. It's interesting seeing a detailed map of Zumerion, considering not many places have maps of Zumerion, especially not ones that depict the different townships of the Imolith. On most maps, where the Imolith sits on Zumerion, like if you happen to across a globe in some shop or something, it kind of just says Imolith in really big letters covering a good portion of Zumerion. But this one you can see it has depicted the different sectors. This is not a map you would see in Diremount, for sure. Maybe there are these that exist in Pyrossana, you're unsure, but this is definitely a more detailed map than the humans would have, or the dwarves would have. Not much is touched on the Zumerion map. There's not much ink on it. Out of all of them, it looks like it's the most unmarred, honestly. You don't really notice much other than that, unless you're looking for something specific.
No. That's honestly not super surprising. I guess actually across these three maps, any markings or anything that rings that particular bell for him. If that makes sense by me just saying that.
Text it to me. Because I'm thinking of two different things.
Oh, you know what? That's fair. 1 second.
While this happens, I actually might switch over to Gore for a second.
Okay, cool. I gotta pee, so...
Yeah.
I'm gonna text this to you.
Yes. Gore, you're sitting up top, standing up top, steering the boat. Kind of, because it's impossible not to, thinking about the previous day. That crackling of energy hasn't quite subsided from underneath your skin. It kind of just sticks around a little bit. And you're thinking about the mess of different things that have happened that pulled different cards in your head, or the different emotions that have been passed on to you versus the visions that you've seen versus the rage that you've endured over the past couple of hours. And you think about being dispatched, as you were. Told to turn, and you turned. And how your vision almost clouded over, like you couldn't think about seeing, so you couldn't see. But your body was seeing. It didn't blind you. It didn't deafen you. Do you want to make a retroactive perception check to see if you can remember seeing or hearing anything in that moment?
Yes. That is a 16.
16. Okay. You think back on it, kind of not having anything else to do in this moment. And you think back to as you were slowly walking away. And it's almost like you can hear the words through a fog, as if they're muffled behind a wall or something, but you recall them. Those words did go in your ears, it just took you a minute to remember them. You remember seeing the ship as you turned, the black clouds behind it. You remember seeing Uldet begin to lunge and then stop, waiting, before you suddenly came to fully again. So you did catch part of what EQ said, or part of what Aerithar said. It all just sounded muffled. You have to really think about it to remember it. It doesn't come easily to you. While you stew on that, let's jump back over to Aerithar.
Okay.
You texted me, yes?
Yeah, I did. Oh, my phone. It might be a long shot. I don't know.
I want you to do two things for me, actually. I want you to make an insight check, and then I want you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god. Okay, cool. Fun. The insight check is... I can't read! Okay, hold on.
That's
22. 22 is the insight check.
Okay.
And wisdom saving throw is gonna be a 14?
Okay. You start to look over... You looking at the map of Zumerion?
Yes.
You start to look over this map. Searching over it with your eyes, scanning every inch of it. And you start to get frustrated. Because none of it looks familiar in the way you expect it to. None of it looks like it's standing out in that moment, that clicking of like puzzle pieces in your brain. It's not happening, and it's getting frustrating. You start to think back, trying to pull those memories forward again. And it's like each image starts to pull through with static. As if every time you start to think about it, they get blurrier. You remember, like, searing pain, like a sunburn on your skin. And you remember the wind. And you can picture the outline of shapes of rocks and trees. But nothing, none of it, clicks with this map of Zumerion. Just absolutely nothing about it.
Can he pull out? You said shapes of like buildings and trees?
Like rock and trees.
Rock and trees. Can he pull out the map of Pyrsana, maybe, and look at that?
Yeah. Make another insight check for me.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, sorry. Okay. One second. 15?
15. You keep getting frustrated. As if your mind won't put the pieces together, won't give you the information you need. You just keep looking at all of these places and just thinking, no, that's not right. That's not it. You keep scanning from place to place and just none of it looks correct.
Probably kind of slams his fist against the wood of the floor. And rolls up the Pyrsana map and pulls out the Dire Mount one, and he'll try it one last time with that before he just overall looks at you.
Yeah, make an insight check for me.
Okay. That's a natural 1.
You roll out the Dire Mount map, and you're so frustrated and you're so angry at everything that's happened that you just stare at it before eventually you blink and you realize you had fully zoned out, dissociated while staring at it, and you're just frustrated.
I think in like just a brief fit, he stands up and grabs the map and just throws it on the wall beside him before sitting down, slamming his fist on the floor again and grabbing the map of Yoon just to overall look at that.
You roll it out in front of you again, sitting on the floor, to look over everything. And you can see, obviously, since they're having to fit more area in a smaller distance, these maps are less detailed. The important places labeled on these maps. Less of the borders are drawn in the more delicate areas, but some of the topographical things still remain. You can see the oceans, Dire Mount. You can even see the places that weren't particularly placed on any of the other maps, like the Aesir Keep, and the Wildlands, and the Arches, and the various other islands and rock formations off different coasts and things like that. You can see a little bit of everything. The way the map is stretched as well, you can see large portions of the ocean. Yoon maps are also kind of interesting, I'll say, because Zoomerion covers the bottom half of the world, kind of like it kind of curves underneath, and on the opposite side of the globe from Dire Mount, kind of, if Dire Mount's over here, the opposite side of the globe over here is the open ocean. So most maps of Yoon are honestly more linear than they are longitudinal, because it wants to show you more of Zoomerion than it wants to show you of the open ocean. So I'll say that for you as people, it's kind of an interesting shape of a map. Aerithar, of course, would be used to this, but just to give you a frame of reference for what you're looking at, and when I send it in the chat, also what you're looking at. But you begin to look over the map of Yoon. Is there anything in particular you're looking for as well?
Just if anything is like circled, like the way it was, just in case maybe they circled something again on the larger map, or maybe that's circled here that's not circled on the other ones, like the Arches, Wildlands, or Aesir Keep.
Yeah.
somewhere around the areas that aren't portrayed
Mhm.
on the others.
Make a investigation check for me.
14.
14. The first thing you notice, of course, is that Zurham in Dire Mount is circled. As well as the edge of Pyrsana where the Elvish Kingdom is. It's harder to circle exact capitals with the scale of this map, but the Elvish Kingdom is circled. The part of the desert on Pyrsana is also circled. Those things stand out to you immediately. The Wildlands look untouched. It doesn't look like anybody was interested in anything there. What does stand out to you is that the Aesir Keep, like the name atop that part of the continent, is underlined. And where the Aeolial Arches is crossed out. As well, you notice a circle that's just kind of out in the middle of the ocean, and one in the ocean that like kind of circles the trading paths between Pyrsana and Dire Mount. Just that kind of that channel of water between them is also circled.
He's gonna point, kind of lay his finger on the arches, and he's gonna try to think one more time, even though the arches aren't detailed.
Yeah, make an insight check for me.
Yeah. This is the last one, I promise. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. There's a lot of maps, a lot of things. Got a lot of world.
That's better. 18.
18. You put your finger atop the arches where the printed letters are crossed out, and you try to start thinking back. That frustration and the overwhelming just disintegration of the images and the thoughts and the memories in your head as they're happening, as you're pulling them forward, continues. But you keep opening your eyes and staring in the map, and then closing your eyes to really focus. What was your roll again? Sorry, one more time.
18.
18. The more you stare at the arches, it doesn't... Nothing really seems to click, but as you keep opening your eyes and closing them, where the arches are on the right side of the map, every time you keep opening your eyes automatically shift to the left side. To the open ocean. Into that strange circle that makes no sense to you. Every time you look back at the arches to try to, just one more time, confirm or deny it, you just keep getting frustrated. But your eyes just keep shifting. And you just end up frustrated even more.
He's gonna kind of move his finger from the arches over towards where the other circle is. Is it by proximity? Is that circle in the ocean the closest to the arches, or is it closer to another major body of land?
You guys have the Dire Mount map, right?
Yes.
I think on the Dire Mount map you can see the edge of the arches on the right side. That big old island on the right side. That's where the arches is.
Mm-hmm.
The circle is happening on the complete opposite side of Dire Mount. Kind of off below the Icier Keep, kind of off the coast of ZM. Just down in that big ol' ocean space above Pyrsana. It's like kind of capped between Pyrsana and Dire Mount. Just all the way off on the left-hand side.
Okay. Is there a way he can grab, like, some ink and a quill from his bag?
Mm-hmm.
And circle where that is again and just kind of draws an arrow towards CM and points towards CM, like that's his just marker.
Mm-hmm. That his vantage point.
Yeah. And he's gonna can he also draw an arrow, because they left from, it's been a while, they left from Port Paith, right?
Yes.
Can he also make another arrow, just kind of an estimation as to where they are right now?
Mm-hmm. It's going in the same direction. Like if you drew a really long line from ZM towards the circle and a really long line from Port Paith towards where you're going, they almost cross over in the circle. Like the circle is kind of just haphazardly on there. They're definitely in the same area, but whether they're exact, whether the circle is exact or not, you have no idea. But they're definitely, yeah.
Okay. He's gonna let that dry and then roll the map up and kind of put the maps all next to each other, and he's gonna sit at that table or the whatever at the front of the navigation room.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it is?
There's a table and a chair in there.
Yeah, he's gonna write the longest journal entry he's probably ever written.
Yep.
So
Makes sense. While he's doing that, I'll jump back over to Gore, who I will say probably did hear Aerithar kind of like throw shit and slam something on the ground, but whether you care at all about that is up to you. But you've come to this realization as time has been passing, and you've also just been staring out and navigating the boat in the general direction that you were told to go in. So, are you doing anything?
He may be angry, but he is a nerd about certain things. So I think he will make his way to the navigation room.
You kind of prop the wheel in place. It's not like you guys are going very fast right now. It's not very windy. There's not really much to do right now. And you make your way down to the navigation room. You see Oldet is scribbling in their journal, as well as just like leaned against the wall, just like chilling as best as they possibly could. They're tapping their foot incessantly on the wooden floor. Like they're definitely anxious, but they're trying to take a rest. You walk through the door into the navigation room where Aerithar, I'd probably say, has started his journal entry by this point.
yeah.
Sorry, concrete.
Concrete.
She was clawing me. I think
She
he
has
kind
things to
of.
say.
He kind of just wanders in the room, sits there for a second. You gonna look at the maps yet?
Yes. All of them.
Anything worth noting?
There's a couple of locations circled across all of them on
except for the Zumarion map. On the Dire Mount map, Zurhim is circled, you said twice?
Mhm.
I wanted to make sure I wrote that down right. Zurhim is circled twice. On the Pyrosana map, the Elvish capital is circled, the jungle capital is circled, the desert capital is circled, and on the entire map of Yoon, the arches are crossed out, a place in the ocean is circled, and the Aesir Keep, the name of it, is underlined. Those were the most notable things to me.
The arches were crossed out.
Yes. Does that mean anything to you?
Odette turns around.
Oldette gets up and walks over to the door. Ah!
Arathar, can you open the map?
He's gonna leave his journal open, lay his quill on it, and then he'll close it. As he starts to walk away, he's actually gonna close it.
So you get a little snippet of EQ's poorly drawn face with angry eyebrows.
Actually, probably pretty good, actually. Probably not terrible. But he goes over to the Yoon map and unrolls it, and kind of gestures. I made my own markings right here. That's just because I'm trying to recall something that it's not really working. But the other shades are the things that the previous owner left.
It is pretty easy to differentiate them. The older ink is definitely a much more muted color than Arathar's new ink, so it's pretty easy to differentiate.
Is this the one with the trade route circled as well?
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to mention that, sorry.
Odette, where would you put us right now?
Probably around here. And they point just at the edge of that big ol' circle.
Yeah. Interesting. You find anything else in that room?
I found that box. Wherever it went.
It's in my bag. It's just a bunch of navigation tools. They have sigils and such. They're very nice. They could probably be sold for quite a bit of money.
Gore approaches. You said navigation tools?
Yes.
Can I see them?
Yes.
With
And he
them
goes
hands.
over in his bag and pulls them out. Kind of opening the leather thing and kind of handing it to Gore.
I think he gets really bright, like anime eyes. You're going to sell these?
I don't know that I wasn't going to. I thought if anything.
Well, we're not
you
going
would
to.
I thought you would suggest it.
And he lays them out nicely next to the map.
I just want to question, just for my knowledge, have we moved the table to the side again and, like, rolled the map out on the floor?
Yeah, because I imagine the map is bigger than the table.
Yeah, it does hang off the edges.
Yeah, he would probably do that.
And then, are you placing the tools, like, on the floor, like, next to your feet? Or, like, are you putting them, like, out on the map, like, all in a nice little row? I'm curious.
Yeah, kind of like neatly around the map. Like if you were a cartographer and you were working on the map, you would have them laid out.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think he's just gonna like keep an eye on the map. absorb all the information.
Mhm.
What? What specific? Is it like Is it like this thing? Is that one of them?
There's definitely one of those, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think he's gonna start messing with the tools and trying to like learn how to use them and what their purpose might be on the map.
You pick up one of them and you kind of start to the little like one,
Yeah.
which I know the name of. I'm just forgetting at the moment.
Is it a? It's not a protractor.
Isn't it a compass? Isn't it just like the other compass?
Yeah, it might. I think it is a compass.
You take
Because it's
that.
also you can use it to draw circles.
Yeah, and you start to place it out, starting to like try to get the measurements down because you know that one's at least for like measurements and stuff like that. And you reach over to the other ones. And there's a bunch of them that, like, in all honesty, you haven't ever really seen before, but you just know of them. And you start to reach for one, and in doing so, you kind of like hit your pinky on another one. It's almost shaped like a spin top type thing, with like this extra little bit on the top that hangs over. That kind of keeps it steady, and as you hit your pinky against it, it stands up on its own and zips across the map, so that the point of it is on Zurhem.
What? That happened, right?
Yeah.
Any idea what that is?
No.
Me either.
Eritha's just gonna let out a heavy sigh and go over to them and take a gander and make an Arcana check.
Make an Arcana check.
Think. Nah, that's just a 12.
12. You can see the sigils on it, on the spinning top part of it that is still spinning, by the way. It's like a spinning top and then a curved handle and then like a long point, and the point is stationary on Zurhem and the top is still spinning, as if it's holding it in place. You can see the sigils going really, really fast on the top of the top, as well as a couple sigils across the little band over towards the point. Those, you can read a little bit better because they're not actively moving. You are unfamiliar with these sigils. Like, these aren't ones that have ever come up for you previously. You're not a cartographer. But I will say something that you do notice is that the ink underneath where it's pointing on Zurhem, the second circle, like it's been circled twice, the second circle does look to be the newest ink beside your own. And the sigils are lit up when the point touched that ink.
Well, in case you failed to notice, I am not a cartographer. But there's two sets of sigils on here. One of them I'm assuming is keeping it moving. And there's another set that I'm not entirely familiar because, once again, I'm not a fucking cartographer. But when the tip brushes past this circle here, the ink here, if you'll watch, that's when they glow. So, I don't know, maybe it's connected to... Is there ink on this tool? Like, is this a tool that draws as well? Or is it just a tool that, like, moves and...
Make an investigation check.
Investigation check. Look at us. 14.
14. You have to get down on the ground really close to the map, and you kind of tilt your head and look, and you do see at the very end of that long point does look like an ink tip.
Can he lift it up and kind of leave some ink on his fingertip and put it back down and see if the sigils glow when it gets close to his finger?
When you pick it up,
Or like a different spot of the map, or his finger, whichever works better.
yeah, when you kind of like lift it up for a second, the top is still spinning until it comes off the map, which all of the sigils then go dark as soon as it comes off the map. You set it down on the ink that is crossed out over the arches, and when it hits the page, the top starts spinning, and the sigils start to glow brighter the closer it gets to the ink. And when it hits the ink, you actually watch as if it's like kind of working on autopilot as it goes over the exact path and crosses it out again in fresh ink.
So it seems to have an arcane link to its own ink.
Okay.
I don't really know what the purpose for that would be. Well, I really didn't take a closer look at the tools. I don't really know anything about this area. Unless that means anything to you.
Can I make some sort of check?
Yeah. What kind of check you want to make?
I don't know. Insight? To remember?
I'm assuming you don't want to make a history check.
Yeah, I really don't want to make one of those.
I'll let it be insight.
Nice. It's a 14.
14. You are also not a cartographer.
Yeah.
You are looking at it. It does. You do remember that this map was on a wall? And the fact that it like almost like magnetizes to the map is interesting to you? I'm assuming, if you let me go with it here, that like the only thing you can really think of is you pick it up and you move it over to where Arathar's ink is, and you set it down. And when it touches Arathar's ink, it doesn't automatically trace the ink, but it does zip over to a random spot in the ocean really close to that big old circle, not on the circle, and just drop a dot.
What the fuck? I did something.
Where's the drop in the ocean?
Kind of approximately where Oldet said you guys were.
Does it know our location? Is that what it's doing?
I think it might follow us around. Now have a mini map. That was an above game joke.
You can keep them if you want. I don't want them.
As you're speaking, it kind of backs up and traces like backwards from the direction that you're going, and then makes a small circle in the ocean.
Like back the way we came or the way we're going?
The way you came. Like it worked from where you are backwards to where you came from and did a little circle.
Hey, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Hey, thinking back to what EQ said before about how we have a way to get in touch with him, is maybe this what he meant by that? Are these possessed tools, or, can I just assume that maybe he meant that, like, using Ascending Stone or some shit like that, some cocky shit?
Make an insight check on EQ. And also, for the fuck of it, make an Arcana check for me.
Okay, cool. Arcana check is a 19,
Okay.
and the insight check, because I'm a fucking god, is a 23.
23, okay. You kind of stop for a second, look at everything, and think back to what EQ had said. And you think back to all the possible ways that you guys could communicate with him. The sigils don't look super complex on these tools, but you do start to remember the last little run-in that you had with the Imolith. Being in the capital, and also the objects that you had found there.
Hey, Blue,
Uh-huh.
remind me of those objects again. I'm so sorry.
You guys
I
went
think
to a market, and there were
Yeah.
I think there were a couple necklace purchases.
Oh, I remember. So can I just
Tiger eye pendant.
kind of that he's looking at us through these things?
You remember that the Tiger's Eye pendant is a pendant that's basically anti-scrying, except for one person, the person who made it. And there was an extra enchantment on it that you couldn't read. It all felt very suspicious in the moment, and now it's kind of the only thing you can think about.
Yeah. He's gonna grab it and fold them together and start putting them away. And rolling the map up. Do you remember that? Was it a locket or was it a necklace? I'm sorry.
It was like a necklace with a pendant on it with a tiger eye stone in it in the shape of an eye.
Do you remember the pendant, the tiger eye pendant that we found in the market?
Oh, he reaches in his bag and pulls out this thing.
Oh, wait, we bought it? I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
It's been so long.
Gore bought it, and then Erithar saw it and like did some like investigation on it, and then forbade him from putting it on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, retract that. I'm sorry. I forgot that it was not fucking... Oh my god.
It was literally the one that he chose out of the, like, 10 of them that were there.
There were a lot of necklaces, yeah.
He's gonna take it from Gore, and he's gonna look at those sigils that he couldn't read, and do they match the ones on this tool?
No, but they are in the same like language. It looks like the sigils. It's almost like now that you're looking at it, and now that you know more about the person who inscribed the sigils, their almost elvish text makes more sense. It honestly looks like these sigils, because like every sigil system is based on a language, right? And so there's draconic sigils versus, like other types of sigils. These look almost elvish, but not quite. So you can now kind of start to pick apart the pieces of them. It looks like the sigils on the tools are enchantments for the tools. Like, it makes them work.
Mm-hmm.
However, the enchantments that you're able to kind of glean off of the necklace and what you know before is that it is enchanted with a anti-scrying enchantment, meaning the person who wears it cannot be scryed upon, except for by the person who made it. And these extra little sigils on them, you honestly have no idea what they are or what they do. But you now definitely recognize it as, like, the handwriting of EQ, if that makes sense.
Yeah. He's gonna point at the sigils on the pendant and point at the sigils on the tools. It's his handwriting. What you bought belongs to him. So if you wear that necklace, the only person in the world that can look at you would be him.
He's gonna reach his hand out.
To take the necklace?
Yeah. So
Erica gets
Arathar
it
would
to him.
place it in his hand.
Yeah.
And he's gonna put it back in his bag. Then I'll wear it when I'm ready to kill him. And he's gonna get up and walk outside.
Oldet just kind of sits back slightly from where they've just been kind of listening in on the conversation.
Aretha kind of looks at them and looks away. Oh, that was definitely around. And in earshot when EQ said, addressed Arathar one of the times, right?
The second time, yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna look at Olda and then quickly look away and roll up the map again.
They reach out their hand to stop you before you roll it up. Just one theory? Just to see. And they reach out and they kind of touch the top of the spinning top and kind of nudge it slightly. Maybe you can go over to the aberrant altar, as if speaking to the top, and you watch where it stopped and made the dot on the boat as it makes a line into the middle of the ocean, stops and makes another dot. The dot being directly in the middle of that big circle that was drawn there before. I didn't know if that would work. So...
Well done.
Yep.
It's pretty straightforward. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I'm too frustrated to think about any of this right now, so...
Yeah. Yeah. They get up, letting you fold up the map again, and they put the top away on top of the leather thing for you to fold up, and they stand up and just kind of like looking around again, walk back out onto the deck of the ship. Would we like to stop there and pick back up with long rest and the next day next time? Or do you guys want to go for just a little bit longer?
I am down for either.
I'm good to go until we've had a long rest. Because we have an interview session.
Yeah, that's fine.
Get rid of
I was just
anxiety.
offering. Okay. Oldet walks out. Aerithar, I'm assuming you fold back up the map and the tools and put them away again. Gore, you've walked out into the open air again. You can see that it's still pretty cloudy in the sky, though the wind has picked up slightly again. And the sun has begun to set on the horizon, practically ahead of you. It's getting darker by the minute as the sky turns orange and purple behind this gray mass of clouds. But the wind is not strong, but it's becoming a little bit more promising for tomorrow, if that makes sense. Are you doing anything?
I think I'll probably just double check on the sail.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to steering.
Okay.
A lot on the noggin.
Yeah. I will say, probably at some point, as you're walking around, you do hear, like, the squelching of your now soaked again moldy pirate hat in your bag. As well as all of the other things that you've shoved in there. Your bag is very full right now.
Oh, yeah.
But that does kind of catch your attention at a certain point, but you check on the sail, making sure the knots of the ropes are tied correctly and all that.
I think he'll pause for a second, hearing the hat. He'll go through his bag and take it out, the big lump. And he's gonna go to Aerithar. Would Aerithar still be in the navigation room?
He's gonna stay in there for as long as he possibly can. You probably approach the door and you just hear like furious scribbling in his notebook.
I'd say this is probably, you probably wander around for a little bit, Gore, before this happens. So this is probably another like at least 30 minutes later. So Aerithar, you've gotten quite a bit further in your journal. So it's not like he just walked away and walked back in.
I think he creaks the door open with this. I feel like he didn't take it out of the cloth. It's still in the cloth. And he's just kind of holding it. He comes into the room. Hey, Aerithar.
Aerithar kind of leans back and stills, and you hear just very loudly the sound of his quills against the journal as he turns. Yes.
It's a really weird question. Do you have any cleaning magic?
Sorry. No. I'm not. Who do you think?
He really deflates. Puts it back in his bag.
What's the problem? What's the problem? What's happened?
The sound of it squelching and hitting the incense burner makes like this weird like squelching clanging noise that topples over the jar in your bag, so that it makes like a glass noise. So it's like, Aerithar, from your perspective, he just like deflates and then just makes the weirdest noise in his bag possible.
It's wrapped, right? He can't see that it's a hat, right?
No.
Yeah.
What do you want clean? What do you have there?
Well, can't clean it, right?
No, but
Okay.
I know.
He continues shoving it in his bag. It's embarrassing. I don't want to talk about it. And he turns around and walks out the door.
I'll look into it.
He turns back around. You can't clean it right now.
No, but I'll look into it.
Well, do you want to hold on to it?
No.
No?
Not if whatever's in that. No, thank you. You can hold on to it until I've figured it out.
Okay. And he stuffs it back in. And he's like, oh, wait a second. And he reaches in his bag. I forgot about this until you just said something. I forgot that he had it. And he pulls out the jar of leeches.
Just another.
Oh, yeah, I found this.
Just another weird sound of it hitting the incense burner, and the jar coming out, and the leeches flopping around in it, and it hitting the wrapped up thing. It's just yeah.
He kind of holds out his hands. I'm not
He
going
hands
to
it
take
over.
it from you. I'm going to give it back. I just want to look.
Yeah, those are my leeches.
I'm not going to take your fucking leeches. I don't want them. Just want to look at them because you found them in an underground. Could be interesting. And he looks at them. And I assume he makes kind of maybe the same observation that Gore did, or would I have to? Yeah.
Yeah.
He just makes a note in his journal and then takes them and hands them back to Gore. I just found
Can you
this, and he stopped.
also make an insight check for me?
That's fantastic. Sure. Oh my god. Sorry. I'm gonna kill myself if I think that. 18. I'm sorry, I'm gonna kill myself in a video game. I'm sorry.
Most of the leeches in the jar are definitely mutated. The strange paleness to them, the distorted figure, the weird veins up the side of them. But a couple of them are discolored as well. Strange mottled colors like malachite, as if from underneath the leech's skin. It's somewhat familiar.
Can I ask if this is familiar in the sense that I probably think it is? That me, Gale, thinks it is?
It's... I will say it is not a one-for-one comparison. This is a leech. But the texture is the same.
He starts to take it and hand it back to Gore, be like, thank you, and then as he looks again, Gore, you watch him stop, and he looks closer. You watch his face get really contemplative, but in like a different way than he normally does look contemplative. And he turns back a little slower and hands it to you. Your leeches.
Thank you.
Turns back, starts scribbling in his journal. I assume we're doing watches, so I'll sleep eventually, but come wake me when yours is done.
Okay. He's gonna turn around and walk out the door.
You walk out the door and can see where Uldette is like has taken like food out of their bag, or has gone like either taken food out of their bag or has gone below the deck to retrieve food and brought it back up, and is just like gnawing on jerky by this point and just sitting on the deck.
I think Or will join them and take a seat next to them.
They scoot a piece of jerky over to you.
takes it in his hand and all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look what and it. He pulls out the incense burner. You know what this thing is? The weird noises from his bag.
He plops the incense burner down, and as it kind of like sets onto the deck, making this like weird clanging sound, a bit of that like fog-like smoke billows out of it for like a split second, and then just stops and disappears. And you're both just kind of sitting there looking at it.
I wasn't expecting it to do that.
Yeah, me either.
This is the thing from that creature, right?
Yeah. Just dangling around its neck.
I'm probably gonna have to look at it for a while to really figure out what it is. But,
They kind of tap it, like roll it over a little bit. It's like an octagonal shape, so it like rolls over one thing to see if it like billows smoke again, and it doesn't. And they stop.
I hate to bring this up now. Kinda bad timing. But that freaky fucking creature, and the pit kind of really fucking worry me.
Yeah. It was more than just a creature down there.
It looked like the place what I consider an altar would be. Like it had a wound and it had the unusual effects, but there was nothing built around it. There was just the creature. And I don't know if I'm making any sense.
That would explain why there was an incense burner down there.
But I know the altars. I know where they are. And that's not one of them. I don't know. It looks like, other than the incense burner, it looked like all the stuff around it was kind of like accidentally there. And so it worries me that that was new.
Like a new altar?
Yeah. And not gonna lie, I really hate that that person saw it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I need. I can look at this more and try to figure it out and compare with my notes. if new wounds are forming, I don't know why. That really shouldn't be happening. And like, if this sickness has a source, it's got to be like an artifact or a person that's like that's a splinter in the wound that's causing this. Makes me really concerned for how all of this connects.
That place did feel sort of familiar to me. I don't know what about it. Just a feeling. And when that black pit opened up, it felt almost like despair. I just don't know why, but I don't know if that helps at all.
It might. I think that there's quite a few conversations that might need to happen before we get where we're going. But I think it's best that we rest first. Be prepared for tomorrow. Maybe we won't have any weird fucking dreams. I don't know.
Yeah. That would be nice.
I'll take a look at this. See if I can glean any knowledge off of it. But I think there might be some theories that we can piece together. I think we're all just tired, though.
One second.
Also, real quick, I want to clarify something before we switch watches.
Mm-hmm.
I think he might do something before he goes to bed.
Okay.
Just put it safe.
How much do you know about certain, like, pirate ships? Probably, I would imagine nothing. Just curious.
It really depends.
I'm more well versed with the ones that I've seen. But there was one at the bottom in the trench that I got this from. He brings out the leeches and places them on the deck. And he brings out the pirate hat and unfolds it. And I found this. I'm working on getting it cleaned. He wraps it back up and puts it
That's
back
a good
in the bag.
idea. It's pretty disgusting.
Yeah, Aerthar said he's working on like a spell or something. I don't know.
Cool.
But the front piece had like a mermaid tail that split into three, or had a tail that split into three tails, and it had the body of a mermaid and like the hands of a crab. It was like holding on to the top of the ship. And I've never even heard of anything like that.
I gotta look through my notes. Can I hold on to these leeches for a minute?
oh yeah, you can. Hold
They take the jar.
Just don't let Aerthar steal them.
You got it.
They set it to the side next to the incense burner, and they pull out their journal, and they kind of rub at where their brow would be. And then look back to everything.
Yeah, okay. Give me a little bit to figure this out. Not to be that person, but also we should probably pull Aerithar in on this in the morning.
Oh, yeah. He knows about the leeches.
Okay, that's good. Cause I'm gonna be completely honest with you, man. Pulling this out of your bag, freaky.
Listen. They looked freaky, so I took them. Also, how are they breathing in there?
It's a great question.
And you also... Aerithar has already said he would clean it, but I don't want him to change his mind. You cannot tell him about the pyre hat.
Okay. You got it.
I know he's gonna make fun of me. But... I'm gonna go take first watch.
They kind of look back at the jar of leeches and the incense burner, and they nod.
Okay.
And you walk off as they pull their journal back out and start to take notes and scribble away and look through the different pages. Aerithar, there was something that you were doing before you went to bed.
I want to clarify something for you.
Yes.
When Aerothar's staring at the arches, I just want to make sure I'm making sense of things geographically.
Mm-hmm.
The circle that he kept looking to, that was circled in the ocean, is that where the pen said... Is that essentially where we just were?
No, it's in the direction of where you're going.
Okay.
Where it said that you were in the room with Odette. When the thing went over to where you're going, it went into the circle that you kept staring at before.
Okay, cool. Okay, awesome. Then he's gonna try to remember one more time.
Okay.
Thinking back to what Odette said about where they're going, and a little bit maybe of where they just were. And can I make one more insight check?
Yes. Also make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh wait, that's a D8. What the fuck am I doing, guys? The insight check is a 21.
Okay.
And the wisdom saving throw... What?
Is that okay?
Okay, and the wisdom saving throw is a... That's plus 0. What am I doing? 15.
Okay. You think back to everything, trying to compile it all in your head. And the frustration doesn't come back as easily. You start to think back on the memories of the strange falling snow. But you try to think about before that. How you got there. The steps leading up to it. And it's like sifting through barbed wire. Trying to pull these memories forward. You get glimpses of them, you can see visuals for a moment. You remember the feeling of teleportation. But you can't remember... You can't remember a name, or a kingdom, or a continent. Until you remember just one thing. There wasn't a name. About that time, the like static in your brain becomes painful and starts to turn into a headache behind your eyes, to the point where you're starting to see spots in your vision, and you're straining so hard that your exhaustion just begins to take over, and you just get tired.
The place we're going, did Odette's I always forget. Has Odette been there before, or is Odette just communicated with people from there?
Odette has just communicated with people from there.
Okay.
They know of it, they know things about it, but they've never stepped foot on the land before.
Arafar, as the static comes back, stares at it for a moment longer and goes to write a final entry in his journal, kind of slamming it shut instead of slamming his fist against the floor again. Rolls the map up and goes to try to fall asleep.
You walk down into the underbelly of the ship, over to one of the rooms again. You hear a little bit of scurrying in the walls, and for a second there you're like, what the fuck? And then you remember that Earth 2 is in there, and you calm again. You move back over, and you lay down, and eventually sleep comes to you. It takes a little bit of wrangling before it does, but eventually you fall asleep, and that static behind your eyes, that pain, slowly starts to decrease until you fall into relatively dreamless slumber. Gore, are you doing anything on your watch?
Not really. Just journaling and steering the boat.
Alright. Your watch goes by pretty uneventfully. There's absolutely nothing around you. There's basically nothing on the horizon. There's a bunch of clouds covering the sky. It's pretty calm. And it's both, you know, like, a little infuriating because there's nothing to look at, but also, like, a pleasant surprise because there's nothing happening. But your watch goes by. Till it's time to wake up your companions.
I think he'll make his way down and make his way to Arathar's room and just kind of nudge his shoulder a little bit. Your turn for watch.
Just nods and gets up, goes out and situates himself. He does take his journal with him.
Mm-hmm.
And during his watch, he's going to look through the assorted spells he's recorded in the past that he can't really do, but he can see if he can learn any of them.
Alright. You start to sift through things as Gore, you go to sleep. Gore, you make your way back down. You also hear the scuttering in the walls for a second, and then you're like, hell yeah. He's still out there.
Get a snack.
And you make your way over to where you had been sleeping as well. You fall asleep, again with a little bit of effort, just like Arathar. It kind of takes a minute for you to turn your brain off. But you do eventually fall into slumber. All the different things from the past day and extra swirling around in your head. But eventually you fall into a deep sleep, into darkness, calmness, almost like a floating type of sleep. You know when you're really, really exhausted and you've been up on your feet all day and you lay down and it's like your body is floating?
Yeah.
It's that sort of feeling. And of course, eventually, that blank nothingness in your head turns into blackness again. Darkness. Tangible this time. Like instead of just being unconscious, being aware of the fact that you're in darkness. Unaware if you're in air or water, but floating nonetheless. And just the spark of something building in the darkness. And we are gonna cut it there, though.
Damn.
And we'll get back to whatever's happening with Gore next time. So, good session.
Yes.
Congratulations, everyone, for not dying. But
Almost
this is where we're gonna call it for tonight. So, oh boy, there's a lot happening with these two. And
Yeah.
Oldette's also
And
here.
Oldette.
But
Where it was like, here's all this stuff I just found and didn't tell anybody about until like
just now.
just now.
Yeah.
Is that one person still here?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, whoever you are.
Yeah, we had
Are we still-
we had 2 viewers. I'm just now back over to the thing. I haven't been able to be looking at the chat during most of this, but we have had one viewer most of the time. I think we had a couple others in and out eventually. So thank you to anybody who may be watching, whether you're the person from the beginning or not. And yeah, we'll be back next week, I think.
More insanity and
Yeah.
some upsetting discussions, probably.
Woohoo! Yeah. All right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take us out then, because I would like a drink. My voice. So, bye.
Bye.